material, everything. And we're so blessed to always, glean from his inspiration. Thank you so much, Pastor. But of course, before we go on, I think that we should speak with a few people, right, to really know what their lives are about or what they're looking forward to getting out of the platform. Of course, we are focused here at the Covenant Place Iganmu. So if you want to join us, please head to the Covenant Place right beside the National Arts Theatre Iganmu and let us learn together. But if you are at home and you cannot make it here and you're watching right now, you want to put away every distraction, right?
Tune in to Channels TV.
Yes, here speaking to ourselves, because it's an all-round thing. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm very well.
First of all, let's talk to you. What do you do?
Okay, first of all, happy Workers' Day to the viewers.
Day.
My name is Itume Dache. I'm a management consultant. I work with different firms. I manage different projects, both home and abroad.
Both home and abroad. International woman. But welcome. What are you looking forward today? The platform Nigeria, May 1st. And of course, the theme says it is not about ideas, but about making ideas happen. What's that one thing that you think that is the reason why you're here and you're going to get that today?
Well, first of all, the platform is blessed with a series of speakers from around the world, and I think that this is a place to be if I'm learning, if I'm looking forward to shifting my mindset, if I'm looking forward to growing my business, if I'm looking forward to expanding, and if I'm looking forward above all to execute, because like the theme says, it's not just about the ideas you have, it's about making it happen, and I want to make it happen for me this year. 2026, we must execute. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm hoping that you have a very great time. And of course, I'm sure that someday we'll probably do some work, management consulting. That's a very good thing. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Have a wonderful, wonderful one. But of course, we know that there are a lot of challenges, right, that we try as much as possible to surmount, whether as young professionals or people who are just trying to make it in life.
Yeah, even
but specifically young professionals, because right here we are young, we are Gen Zs,
Okay.
But of course, let us talk to some people that would put a bit of light or throw more light on being a young professional and something that the platform has together for young professionals in this time. It is interesting. And you don't want to move a muscle. Okay, so let us talk to them quickly, and of course hear how they are, of course, going to, let us. Of course, I know there's a boot camp, but I just wanted us to talk about the young. Sometimes when people say young is good, there's the young advantage, there's the second half advantage. Let's not go there, but young professionals, right? And we know that the platform is giving out 150
million,
up to 150 million naira. That sounds like a good deal.
Okay, so what are the requirements? Because I know that it's about young professionals, creatives, entrepreneurs.
Yep.
What is the requirement for the boot camp and even for this grant?
So thank you very much. 20 to 30 years, you have to be Nigerian. You have to be very interested, right, in making impact, in adding value to what your grant as soon as. Yes, the bootcamp is a 3 days intensive program. So we throw you in, you have facilitators, you have industry leaders, people who speak about their challenges, failures, successes. We equip you with life skills, basically, and then that gives you access to apply for the grant if you are interested.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. I think it's really, really intelligent. So it's not just about having access to funding. It is also about knowing how to use that funding to grow your business and to
equipped to know how to do that. Okay.
We equip you, inspire you to succeed. So for the last 10 years, we've had that. We've had numerous people pass through YPB.
Yeah.
This year, we're also coming in to young Nigerians between the age of 20 to 30 to apply.
Wow. Wow.
So
So some people, sorry, I mean, just a yes or no. Is it just restricted to TCN members?
No, it's open to everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to clear that out.
Also pan Nigeria. So
Okay.
people come from all over
Oh,
Nigeria.
that's amazing.
Beautiful.
NYPB in the last 10 years.
Okay, so you want to take advantage of that. Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
so
talking
much.
Thank
with
you,
us.
and
And
happy Workers' Day again.
same to you. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. All right.
Wow.
It is beautiful. We've been hearing from ladies, but I don't think that's a balance, right?
Okay,
So
so
let's throw in,
balance.
let's just so that it's not like we are left out. Okay. And of course we have Samuel here. Hey Samuel, how you doing? Yes, happy Workers' Day. You needed that, right? Okay, but what do you do, Samuel? Oh, wow. Tech bro.
Tech bro.
Wow.
Okay.
Well,
You have a tech bro.
that's the Nigerian spirit. We should not do just one thing, a few things to make things work. Right? Where you work, that you would say makes it relevant for you to even be there.
So I've built a lot of digital solutions that is currently impacting lives, across the African space, across the African countries. So I'm more focused on providing solutions that helps people to meet their daily needs, right? So we build digital product that helps life, in terms of how you save money, how you spend money, financial literacy, spending, a whole lot of things that helps people. So
you are
that's
doing
what
things. I should know you, this guy. But you have any questions for?
So how does what you do impact life every time? What do I mean? The theme for this year's edition it's about making ideas happen, and you mentioned that you help businesses.
Yeah.
So how does this translate to like personal lives? Not just how does like an ordinary commoner, how do they benefit from what you do?
Okay, so the thing is, everyone is actually really, really gifted, right? And you also need to surround yourself with the right team, right? And that is one of the benefit of a platform like this,
Yeah.
right? So a lot of ideas that you need to bring into execution. It's not all about just having the ideas in your head, but executing it. And you need the right people. You need the right network to execute that.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Definitely, it's been beautiful. Have a great one.
Thank you.
But it's been live here at the Covenant Place, right beside the
Yeah.
theater, and this is the platform.
Nigeria.
We are about to take you to the auditorium now for
Mm-hmm.
the main event. My name is Abdelibe, and it's a stream of the light.
Uluwaseun Adewale, and it's been an amazing time with you all. Don't forget to stream live, or if you can come in, join us physically. Do have an amazing time.
Yes, happy Workers' Day. See you soon.
Watching live on television and across all digital platforms. My name is Chidima Agbamuche Madika, and it is my honor to welcome you to the platform Nigeria. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Today.
That is, anybody you see in any position today, at some point, they needed a little push. Whether that push was through mentorship or by opportunity. That is, successful individuals often benefited from the guidance, encouragement, or somebody somewhere who helped them. And I just want to tell my own personal story, and this is at the root of sometimes why I make some decisions and how I make some decisions. Many years ago, as a teenager, when I was at the University of Lagos, I was in a campus Christian organization, and that what we call the vibes I was getting wasn't really right. So one of the guys who had been in the executive long before me, one day we were just together in Mary Hall, and he turned, he said, "Look, I need to tell you something so you understand what is going on." I said, "So what do you want to tell me?" He said, "What happened was that 3 months after you joined this organization was when we were going to select the new executives. And we all came into the meeting." He was an executive then and sat in the meeting. And the person who founded the organization and was the president of the organization said, "I want this person to join the executive." He said, "You had only spent 3 months." He said, "All of us refused. Every single one of us said no." They said, "Why?" He said, "He's too young to come in at that stage in his life." So he said he made a decision. And I am here today because that person made that decision. Very insignificant, if you look at it, but it was just that small decision. He said, "Look, I founded this fellowship. I am the president, and I reserve the right to choose the next president and to choose the next vice president." And he said, "I will concede all of that to the rest of you if you will just give me the permission to choose just one person and nominate him into the executive." And he said, "It is this guy I want in the executive." So they had to concede to him. And he said, "You watch what is going to happen in future on this decision that I made." This was probably 1987 or 88 where he made that decision. And I'm here today because that person gave me that little push. And so sometimes, and I'm just saying this here in life, and then I'll tell you another story, which I now remembered. The Chief Justice of South Africa, when they were doing his clearance, former Chief Justice, not the present one, they asked him, they said, "There's a story you would like to tell people about your life." And he literally broke into tears when he was saying it. He said, "When I was very young, my father died. And so I had to struggle, to help my mother and go and work. So when I got admission to read law, he said, I knew I would no longer be around and all my siblings were too young to work. So I had to go and look for a way she would be supported because I think she was ill while I went to school." He said, "I found a gentleman, just walked into a mall or so, and I found an Indian gentleman, and I walked up to him and told him what my story was. And the man said, 'Don't worry, I'll take care of your mother for the 3 or 4 years you'll be going to school. Every month I'll give her this voucher. She can buy groceries, she can buy food and everything. And then when you finish and you start working, we'll aggregate all the costs and then we'll schedule the way and manner in which you will pay back.' And so when he finished law school, he came back and they aggregated everything. And the man just took all the vouchers and tore everything and said, 'All I will ask you to do to repay me for what I have done for you is find somebody else and do the same to somebody else.' That's when you go into the world, find somebody." And that man became Chief Justice because that person gave him that rope to climb up there. So all I want to say is this. The essence of your success, whatever you become in life, is to be in a position where you can give others that little push that they require. All right? So whatever we do today, and what we do when we talk about the funds we want to give out, that want to comment, that when indeed you succeed, because by the grace of God, all of you will succeed. All right? That don't be like those that climb up the ladder of opportunity and kick that ladder and nobody finds their space up. All right? So understand this, just that little push may create a Chief Justice. Does that little push may create somebody who is at platform and have a national event. You don't know who you are pushing up the ladder. God bless you all.
Let's keep the applause going. And as always, please stay connected. Let's pay it forward and make sure you use the hashtag, the platform ideas. Now we bring in a different dimension of execution, not just startups, not just businesses, but institutions. This is where ideas must pass through systems, governance, and structure, and still deliver results. Ngozi Akinyele is the Group Executive and Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at the Coronation Group, where she leads brand, strategy communications, and corporate transformation across multiple financial service entities in Africa. Her career spans consulting, banking, and corporate leadership, including key roles connected to institutions such as KPMG and Union Bank, where she has driven strategic growth and organizational transformation. She has been recognized among the top 50 most influential women in marketing, and her work continues to shape how institutions communicate, grow, and deliver results. Ngozi represents execution within complex systems, where ideas must align, scale, and produce measurable impact. Ladies and gentlemen, this is execution at leadership level. Please give a warm round of applause for Ngozi Akinyele.
Thank you so very much. Please be seated. Thank you, Chidima, for that very kind introduction. I think I should come and get some tips from you. That was well curated. So, my slides up? Good morning, everyone. Happy Workers' Day. All right, here we go. So, this is me, Ngozi Akinyele, who has anchored the platform for over half of those 20 years. Ngozi Akinyele here interviewing the Vice President of Nigeria at the time. Here also welcoming the former Minister of Finance at the Coronation Art Gallery where I direct. Here, curating a celebratory moment with the richest man in Africa, and of course, my esteemed colleagues. Here, kicking up a strategic partnership with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments. Here, addressing the global media at the Nigerian Modernism exhibition, where the president was recently welcomed on his state visit to the UK. And me, every day, working alongside my chairman, who leads one of the most respected financial institutions in Africa. Yet, when the convener of the platform, Pastor Porju, decided to upgrade my JD from moderator to speaker last year, I panicked. And so I prayed to God to just allow something come up at work so that I would have one more year to really achieve many. There was a very zealous angel who heard my prayer and just forgot to cancel my 2026 speaking slots. So that's why I'm here, I think. Speaking, my gratitude goes to Pastor Porju and Pastor Tony for the immense opportunity that this is, and I intend to make the most of it. So, let's dive right in. How many of us are entrepreneurs here? You run a business, you own a business. Please raise your hands. Clearly, okay. So that's a lot of us, right? So if you wondered, like me, why we are talking about entrepreneurship, where this is a gathering of entrepreneurs, I wondered myself, but I found my answer in this very apt definition of the word entrepreneurs by one of my mentors, Ndidi Ukaonu. And she simply defines entrepreneurs as people who make things happen, who are true engines of transformation within an organization. And she also lays out this powerful equation that we're going to come to as we go through this intervention this morning. Essentially, an employee who has the X factor and the Y factor will become an entrepreneur, right? That's what it says. The X factor here are intrinsic factors, how we are wired. And then the Y factor are the factors that drive us or motivate us in the workplace. So in other words, this equation says, if a particular individual is wired in a certain way, fired up by certain factors, they will become an employee who makes things happen. So let's find out more about X. Previously on the Heart of Entrepreneurship, if I'll get some audio. So I'll start with the stone. It's always good to start with the heavier task, like they say, right, in problem solving. I said you should help me get a lighter stone. So I'm going to drop it in. This is our time and chance now, as ubiquitous as water is, right? The people, the problems, the platforms is our water. And here is our stone. Completely impervious to its environment, sinks right to the bottom, doesn't change in shape, doesn't adapt, doesn't expand, just sits right there, complaining, blaming, and obviously blocking the flow of others. On the other hand, we have our, in the same environment, in the same time and chance, gets into the water, goes through time and chance every day, adapts, changes shape, maybe not this particular one, but changes shape, becomes a conduit to be able to impact the lives of others. And then it goes back into time and chance, once again, interacting with the environment, with people and problems, filling up again, and impacting even. But a few days later, precisely 15 days later, I got this message on LinkedIn. And M, for the purpose of this conversation, essentially says, I recently came across your insights on the stone mindset versus the sponge mindset. And it really struck a chord with me, said other things. But he says, I find myself struggling. I want to grow, I want to absorb, and I want to have, the sponge mindset. But it's hard to do that in an atmosphere that is suffocating and draining. How many of us can relate with that, right? So in other words, sponge self. Sponge self. Don't tire. So I'm going to unveil my experiment now and try to demonstrate what M is feeling. So we assume that we have a work environment where everything is cool and nice and dandy. But in reality, we have environments where you have micromanagement. What else should I pour next? Okay, extreme competition. I like that. Extreme competition, unhealthy competition, where there's so much, it's already feeling bloody here. Then burnout as a badge, right? What are other things? Sharp HR practices. Unpaid salaries, thank you. Please give me more. I still have more to go. What? Verbal abuse, shredding, misunderstanding. All of that happens in this environment, right? So we now have Mr. M, like myself and every other entrepreneur, assuming that this is an environment where we can grow and thrive and make ideas happen. But in reality, it's an environment where even an entrepreneur with the sponge mindset cannot make any ideas happen. Worse off, It's also an environment where that entrepreneur can soak up those negative attitudes and behaviors and then transfers that to other environments. Not where we want to be, right? So, particularly in small and medium organizations in Nigeria, how much is fuel now? And we need to get to work. Okay. So we get ourselves to work, and then we also have to get ourselves to retreats and hangouts and take all the staff selfies and have all the vibes upon vibes. But really, can someone tell us how our careers are really advancing here? And then, I like this one. We are family. We are family. We are building a future for Africa, for our future generations. But Oga, since we became family, we haven't heard anything about our taxes being remitted. We have not heard anything about our pension contributions being made. The pension that is supposed to help me even in this generation, let's even leave future generations, you have not paid it. And then we go on to say, this is an environment where we have high risk and high rewards. Okay, let's dwell on those rewards a little bit more. Employee share options. Employee share options, like we know it, right? Who has ever unlocked it? Short-term incentives, STI, TIs, OTC. And then we have this one. Promotion comes from the Lord, be patient. But you are the one to put my name on the Lord's list, and you have not done it. So altogether, we really know that so really, although all of these frustrations are not typical of all small and medium enterprises, certainly not the great ones that all of our great entrepreneurs who are here, lead and manage, we also know this, that there are several factors that drive your growth from being a small business to a startup and then a scale-up. You have your product market fit, right? You have your marketing and distribution, which is actually my day job. Capital strategy, figuring out how to keep your costs under control and how to manage regulation. All of those things are very important. However, your greatest advantage will come from the people who make ideas happen. So that becomes the premise of the rest of my intervention this morning. Enters the sponge boss. I know the very next question will be, who is a sponge boss, right? All right. So for the purpose of this discussion, the sponge boss is the one who understands the value of people in that equation. The sponge boss understands and he needs to create an environment where people can think, where people can try, they can learn, and they can contribute. That is the why factor. But what do we see across the UK and other labor markets where our current and future employees also seek to work? We see employees want the same things, right? Employees want flexibility. If you can see the text underneath the bars, they want flexibility, colleagues, great colleagues, fulfillment, and autonomy, which are strong factors that correlate with innovation. And they want a healthy culture. Now, look at some of the terms that are associated with a healthy culture as we dwell on that a little. Supportive, right? Caring, fair, professional. This is the 2026 data, what people want. Trusting, calm, professional. So many more along those lines. On the flip side, employees don't want to work in organizations where we have, I'm sorry to say, poor leadership, which is yourselves, pay dissatisfaction, lack of resources, and unhealthy culture. Now see the strongest word associated with an unhealthy culture, an environment where the boss or the employer is selfish. In other words, entrepreneurs or employees will not make ideas happen in an environment where the boss is seen as thinking of me, myself, and I all the time. So we have other related words like toxic, unfair, unkind, busy, incompetent. All of these words come to mind. Now, the final slide in this data set is truly powerful. The top 30 words that employees use to describe their employer. Have you thought about it? Maybe not to your face. Have you asked your employees how they will describe your work environment? Or they will describe you, better yet. Some of them are likely to stay for the long haul. Also, on the flip side, if those who work with you describe you as selfish, overly corporate, uncaring, then 8 out of 10 of them are active on LinkedIn right now, honored to be, excited to be, very, very deeply satisfied to be looking for a job today, which is Workers' Day. So what do you need to do to respond to all of this? Because I believe that it's not just about calling out, what is wrong, but it's about providing some perspectives and paradigms to help you see the unique position you occupy. So think about your first boss, right? Think about their sense of ambition, their drive, their values, and think of how much of that is still in you today. Why? Because your first boss creates an imprint that calibrates how you lead and how you follow later in life. You are the first boss for so many people. You have the opportunity not just to create an environment where entrepreneurship thrives, but a place where future leaders are shaped. So think about it. Today, it's not just Abraham that has many sons and daughters. Across corporate Nigeria, you have patriarchs and matriarchs whose entry-level employees are now CEOs and chairpersons of large organizations themselves. They started just like you. Once they were 5, and then they became 10. So you also will grow. You will become 10, and 50, and 500, and 5,000, and 50,000 people all across the globe making ideas happen. Thank you for that amen. I think you should amplify it. But when that time comes and your organization becomes that large, you would not be able to coach everyone directly. You would not be able to buy chocolates and perfumes when you travel for 50,000 people. You would not be able to remember everyone's son's birthday. Neither would you be with them when their parents pass on. But when that time comes, those who you have sown those seeds into will become the ones who multiply them. They will do those same things for the others and the others who will come after them. So then, your policies and your systems and all of the HR processes will inherit the spirit of excellence, of ethics, of empathy with which you are leading today. That is how the right culture is built. The one in which entrepreneurship thrives and the one in which ideas are made to happen. I'm not just talking about this, from a theoretical point of view, because I also have my own personal experiences across all of the bosses who I have worked with in my career, beginning with my first boss, Mr. Debo Adedinro, who owned a chain of small to medium-sized organizations. He encouraged me to go on an employability program at Workforce Center. And when I was done, he did something that shocked me. He picked up the phone and called a partner friend of his who worked at KPMG and said, "There's a young, smart girl who works with me, and I think she would have a brighter future working with you." So I got a call, took the test, and thank God I didn't disgrace him. I got into KPMG, but he proved something to me very early on in life, that vision is not one-sided. There are two sides to a vision. Because vision also means you're able to spot potential and see people beyond being personnel, but see them as professionals in their entirety. So I get into KPMG, and one of the very first things you realize when you're a smart person in a Big Four firm is that you are never the smartest person in the room. You think you have always been the head girl and always come first, but you will see people who are fire, people who know so much. But very quickly you understand that that is the perfect environment to have the sponge mindset. So you are soaking up knowledge from the smartest people, like BC Lamikoran, who was the head of management consulting and the partner of financial services. She gave me my first opportunity in financial services. Until today, as she sits on several boards across the world, continues to find opportunities to open doors for me and helps me to serve in various capacities. Thank you, BC. Now, I come from consulting into Union Bank, basically an opportunity that became available because of my consulting work in financial services. And I crossed over from the culture of consulting to a 100-year-old institution that was slow and bureaucratic and seeking to become simpler and faster. That was the job that EE, the CEO of the bank, and Mien had to deal with. Now, one of my best definitions of culture is what the leader does and allows to be done. EE embodied what it meant to have a simpler and smarter culture. So for starters, EE was EE to everybody. He still is EE to everybody. So because the CEO goes on a first-name basis, no matter how royal you think you are, you will never be called Your Royal Highness. But he also made certain important initiatives, like separate elevators for executives were banned. Eating in offices was also banned. There were important steps to help break down those silos. And also, guess what? Literally, physical walls were broken. It wasn't just about an open door policy, but the walls actually came down. So it was a no-door situation, actually. But then innovation and initiative also became important values at the bank. And so enters level 4, Lola Cardoso, who headed up innovation and digital ventures. She brought structure to innovation, organizing the innovation challenges, the hackathons, which I would always participate in. But then we took that further into creating a digital ventures business that essentially meant that the rest of the bank was the mothership, and then the digital ventures was the speedboat. It was on that speedboat that I helped create and build several sub-brands in response to customer needs outside banking. And I had a direct boss, Joe Mbulu, who enabled my growth. There was never a time where I was unclear what was required to do to move to the next level. He was that specific. When I needed to expand my skills or pick up special projects, like when I had to pick up the project of managing the bank's centenary event, which brought me into marketing and communications and essentially brought me into my new north, which I'm absolutely loving. The 6th level, of course, was Ogochukwu Ekeze, who was my boss in marketing and communications and gave me the gift of adventure. I knew nothing about marketing and communications at that time. All I had was a flair. But she enabled me to train my guts, to build my skills, and to do work that I'm still proud of till today. And so finally, I work today with Mr. Aigboje Aigimokwere, and I have what you call stretch. Because I'm working based on an ambition that transcends one organization. It transcends one country, and it goes all the way to the continent. I'm leading partnerships across the world with a standard of excellence that is expected of me every single day. So, these 7 levers have taken me on a journey that is still very much in progress, but it looks like this so far. I have walked through local, regional organizations. I have gotten promoted quite a few times, done several roles, also had 3 beautiful children with my husband who helped work on these slides. But that is on the platform of the wonderful bosses that God has brought into my life. So the question is not about if you're a good boss or if you're a good person, really. That's not what I'm saying here, because you can be a good person and be a bad leader. It's about the systems that you are building. Which of these levers are you going to be pulling? Is it vision, where you need to help people see themselves more clearly in what you're doing? Are you really opening doors for people? Culture is an important one because you need to be able to invite challenge as a business owner. How many of us have people disagree with us? Because if 2 people work together and agree all the time, one of them is not thinking. Every single day, you have an opportunity to scale trust, and if you don't scale trust, you can't scale growth. Are you going to be thinking about your structure? Some organizations do not have an organogram. If you don't have an organogram, you're simply saying you're not intentional about anybody's growth. And it's like asking somebody to climb on a ladder when they can't see the next rung. So these are all levers that you need to consider as you think. And with these few points of mine, you still need some data. Look at this survey that essentially shows that if an employee is loyal and you provide an environment where they have great colleagues, they have all the support that they need, they will be satisfied. And that satisfaction would lead to entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, as it rises, will drive firm growth, which is what you want. So let me come back to remind my entrepreneurs in my own constituency, because even in imperfect systems like we've shown here, value is still multidimensional. You still have your X factor, no matter what the Y says. I know the source of my X factor. I think I get it from my parents. My mother was born in Calabar to a family of 4 boys and 3 girls. Her father was ill-advised to stop sending his daughters to school because her brothers needed the money to go to school. So she had to work her way into school, eventually got into OAU, and she had to pick up basketball to be able to see herself through school with the sports bursary. My father was born in Ado Ekiti to a large polygamous family. He got his whole life funding cut off when his mother made the tragic mistake of cooking poisonous mushrooms that claimed the lives of all 3 of his siblings in one day. So he got kicked out with her, of course, and moved to Ibadan. In Ibadan, he worked as a mechanic for several years, all across his teenage years, and eventually got into University of Ibadan without ever attending a secondary school. He also picked up football to be able to pay through school with the sports bursary. Guess where they met? I found this out on Monday. Guess where they met? They met at Nuga Games in 1976. And it was hosted in Ibadan. So you see, I was born about a decade later, so I still also have some association to this Ibadan thing, right? If you know, you know. But you see, that is the source of my X factor. Because even though I'm wearing a nice suit, inside me is still the DNA of grit, of determination, of focus, of a hungry sportsman. We were raised to have execution discipline, mental strength, adaptability under pressure, teamwork. These values were things we were taught even before we knew how to pronounce those words. They come with me wherever I go. Whatever role I occupy, even if I don't own the shop, what is your X factor? I'm not saying that if your parents didn't meet in Ibadan, you don't have the X factor. I'm not saying that if your parents are rich, and didn't play sports, you don't have the X factor. But I'm saying that you have your story. And if you think you don't have your story and there's no good in your background, then you are now the background. So let me end by sharing this, which is the source of my deepest convictions. this scripture from the Bible, and I'm going to carefully. Okay, you've had your bit. Let me have mine. I read it as, have the same mindset as Christ, the greatest entrepreneur of all time, who was hired on a 3-year contract to make a great idea happen. Scratch that. To make the greatest idea in history happen. He knew what he was worth, but he didn't demand it prematurely. When he had fulfilled his contract terms, oh, he got a great package. So let me round up by letting you know, dear entrepreneurs, that it's still important to have the sponge mindset. Entrepreneurs, I would ask you today to be a good sponge boss, or better yet, be the God kind of sponge boss.
Keep the applause going. That was absolutely amazing. So, employees, you may want to send the link to your employers and tell them they have something very interesting they need to watch. Thank you for that. So they can be good sponge bosses. All right, so please stay connected with us online. Keep the conversation going. Let's share this learning. Let's make sure that this movement goes as far as it can. This is information everybody needs to have. The hashtag again is the platform ideas. Please let's use that as we are posting online. Now we're even going to go deeper. From small beginnings to industrial scale. This is what happens when execution meets courage and vision refuses to stay small. John Iganmu is the founder and group managing director of Capital Sage Holdings, a multi-sector business group with interests in fintech, agribusiness, manufacturing, healthcare, and financial inclusion. His journey began with just 100,000 naira, offering small loans to farmers and market women. A modest start that has grown into a powerful enterprise operating across multiple industries. He's also the founder of John Ventures Group, a leading cocoa processing company, driving value addition and global export from Nigeria, backed by international investment and large-scale production capacity. John represents bold execution, turning small beginnings into factories, systems, and global impact. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how ideas become industries. Please put your hands together for John Iganmu.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to appreciate Pastor Koju. Thank you so much for extending the invite to me. You see, when he covered by Pastor Koju, you don't blow. So, I'm not a pastor, but I'm a believer. For everyone here today, the type of idea that will make you blow, and Pastor Koju will discover you. May God grant unto you in Jesus' name. Thank you. My name is John Iganmu, and I've been through a lot. And I'm here to tell you about what I've been through. Firstly, I'm from Ibadan. Yes. And I had my degree from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, studied statistics. Very romantic and bougie course. But my grade was not bougie. I finished with a third class. And you know, there is a level to third class. There are some people who say, oh, I missed first class by 0.001. But me, I made third class by 0.0001. Well, because today I don't want to discourage the young people, I didn't stop at third class certification first degree. Of course, I did my master. So today I have a master's degree. I was privileged to have my NYSC at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Ibadan, where I discovered two problems as an M&E person. These problems I call today opportunities, and they were the bedrock of the group we've built today. The first problem, farmers have challenges with access to finance, and two, they have challenges with access to markets. So, I spent about 5 years in IITA, and I must throw a note of caution. I finished school 20 years. When your parents are civil servants, especially when you have a mother that is a teacher, you know the kind of upgrade. They keep making you jump, you know. So I started my own entrepreneurial journey about 22 years. So I don't know if I'm worthy to even be before you today, because some of you are quite older than me. I'm 33 years. Well, saying that is at my own risk, because some of you that use sir for me, you are not too young to start that idea. You're not too young. And it is never too late. There's a Chinese proverb, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Oh, there's a Chinese clapping here. But the second best time to plant that tree is now. So, I left IITA because of these two challenges. I wasn't too comfortable, you know, with this fire burning in me. And I had 100,000 naira. I started with microloans for 10 women. I gave them 10,000 naira each, formed them into group. And then I started John Vent Consulting. You know, I was just looking for company name, and then I had many ideas in my head. So John Vent is John Ventures. I had many ventures, so I just named it John Vent. And you see, today, I will tell you for a fact that for some of you that are here, especially working professionals, who have ideas in your head, and you are thinking, do you want to quit? Should I quit my paid job, you know, to start my idea? Oh boy, if you try it, you will suffer. It was not easy. When I started Jovment, I started training farmers and all of that. I remember the time when I tried to lease a farmland, 20 acres, and I leased it from, you know, a local community head, which in Yoruba is called Baale. That's the biggest guarantee you would ever have if you try to, you know, lease a farmland. But as the tractors were working on the farmland, you know, people came and then, you know, asked them to stop working. And guess what? The land never belonged to the Baale. Apparently, that land belonged to one of his chiefs, who was very powerful, powerful than him. So we were invited to the palace to come and settle. And as we were all seated, policemen came and packed all of us. Both Baale And me, chiefs, the chief was that powerful. And for the first time, I was locked in a cell with my farm manager. And eventually, when matters got settled, you have to bail yourself. I didn't have the money to bail myself. I collect water. You see, having an idea is good. Everybody here has ideas. Idea is not the problem we have in Nigeria. Number one issue we have is resilience. In that cell, I had just two decisions to make. Either I leave the cell and then I stop that entrepreneurial journey, or I go out and I become stronger. Well, it was my parent that came to bail me. My mom came to the cell, saw his son. You know what that type of feeling is. But then I left, and to the glory of God, today, that credit assist business has become a global business. We are currently in 5 countries offering financial services, micro-lending. Today in the financial services group, there is the asset management business, there's the investment bank, there's the tech. But today I will not talk about tech because everybody wants to do tech. I will focus on the one that is not attractive, which is John Vent's group. You see, I will continue that story. After I was released, I met the chief, and he told me, guy, you look very young. You don't look like someone that wants to steal my land. What are you trying to do? And then I sold my dream to him. And then he said, you know what? I will give you that land, and I will give you 200 acres more for free. For free. If you are resilient enough, you will find destiny helpers. But you see, my own generation, some of you belong to my generation, we don't honor our destiny helpers. We put our phone on D&D so that our destiny helpers will not stress us. You have to honor your destiny helpers. In my journey, I have had a lot of destiny helpers. Your staff are your destiny helpers. You cannot make yourself a billionaire. Only your staff can make you a billionaire. So the first lesson is drawing inspiration from that chief that put me in the cell. It was my first benefactor. What are ideas? Ideas are living entities. They are energetic beings, always looking for human beings to partner with. But you see, if you do not respond to them quickly, they leave you and find someone else. Have you ever found yourself in this situation where you have this idea living free in your head, and then you are writing business plan, analysis paralysis, and weeks after, you find that someone else has built that idea? That feeling is the most instructive feeling. It humbles you. You see, that idea was not stolen from you. That idea simply moved to the person who was ready for it. Ideas are not loyal. They are not. They are looking for people who can execute. You see, we have all tried to improve skills on business writings, thereby delaying idea executions. As God would have it, today there's ChatGPT. That business plan can be written in 5 minutes. So, The winners of tomorrow are not those who know how to write business plan, because machines can do it. The winners of tomorrow are those that can execute. Execute. Now, I was trading, taking products from farmers, buying cassava, buying maize, doing all of that. And I was selling, to the feed mills and doing all of that. And in the course of my hustle in the financial service side, I was privileged to meet the Odua cooperative conglomerate. And then when I went to pitch some of our loan products to them, during one of the dinners, the president told me that, John, we have a factory that we have been trying to get an investor into. You see, I have never done manufacturing in my life. I am not the best from the university. In fact, what did you study? Statistics. What have you got to do with manufacturing? The journey to industrialization for us started when you are privileged to attend those type of social dinners. It can be the only opportunity you have. So the president told me they were looking for an investor, and I said, let me see the factory. And then they took me there, and it was massive, very, very massive. And I looked at him. I said, sir, I am interested. You see, the man looked at me. He said, this factory was leased by Holland. Who are you? You are too small. And for those of you that are not from Lagos, that know about cocoa, they say cocoa is not a trade for young people. It's a trade for old people. And I told him, I said, Baba, I am interested. He said, this is billions. Where will you find money? I said, Baba, you are the one that would help me. I don't have the money. You are the one that will help me. You see, it is called audacity. Audacity. There are some audacity that will put you in trouble. Like if you're in front of a policeman and then... But when it comes to implementing ideas, you need to be audacious. And with God on our side, the Baba agreed to split the payment terms for me. And then I went to raise money, family, friends, and all of that. You see, today, we do not only run that factory, we run 10 plants in Nigeria. I didn't know anything about cocoa processing. Today, in Nigeria, we are the largest cocoa processor in Nigeria. But the platform event is not a stage to come and show yourself. What is the lesson from there? We have not expanded this far because of me. I am the founder. But I am not the right CEO. There's a difference between a founder and a CEO. Some people are brilliant enough to be both founder and CEO. But the wisdom in executing ideas is knowing what you do not know. You see, I'm a very generous person. The first speaker, I'm the typical example of an employee that would like to give staff my kidney, my liver. But you see, that is not what it takes to run a business. I know what I do not know. So, one of the reasons why we've been able to expand this far is because we have invested in strong management team. Not all of you can be entrepreneurs. So don't be over-motivated. There are some people that are made to build businesses. There are people that are made to run businesses. Some of us here, we will do better as working professionals because to run business, no be moi moi. So, know your core competence. Are you a founder or are you a CEO? Or are you both? I would like to talk about founder's instinct. There is an instinct in all of you that gives you strong faith and belief about your idea that no one else has. You can imagine sharing your intent with your friend and then they say, are you crazy? But you are very, very, very convinced. That conviction is called founder's instinct. Nurture it. The worst that can happen is what? You fail. That's the worst that can happen. Founder's instinct is one of the greatest tools that founders have. And it has worked for me. It worked for me in choice of recruitment, in choice of starting a business. You know, there are some staff that will come to an interview and with just one question, I know this is the person. And then every other person will be asking, you know, KPMG level kind of questions. And I'll just be like, this is the person we are hiring. You're just wasting your time. Founder's instinct. There is, this one I have to be careful. In Nigeria, we call it work-life balance. You see, I'll be very, very dishonest if I tell you there is anything like that in entrepreneurship. There is no work-life balance. If you want to balance life with work, you are not a founder. You are a what? You're a CEO. No meetings on Friday, no meetings on Saturday. There's nothing like that. It requires so much hard work, so much effort in building. So much. So much. And you know what? As you are trying to build, there are a few things that will not make life balance with work. Number one is the environment. In Nigeria today, it is not easy to be a young entrepreneur. Young entrepreneurs in the West, they have what they call Silicon Valley type of funding. In Africa, you go find that money yourself. Nobody will give you that money. Staff will humble you. When I was still at the building stage, I remember that one of our branch managers gave out a loan to a footballer. Upcoming, not... To cut a long story short, they misplaced that collateral. And the guy went to the police station and they wanted to arrest the staff, the accountant, because the staff jackpot. And I came from the field because I was doing multiple jobs. Remember I told you one of the biggest regrets was leaving a paid job to, you should run both concurrently until one stabilizes. So I came back and I was arrested. And I was locked in the cell again. In fact, this was Iagokun. And if you've been to Iagokun before, I mean, the first cell was better. This one, as I was entering, the boys in the cell were like, see your stomach. Oh boy, we go beat you. I was in that cell because of the action of my staff. And you know what? We had a lawyer who just finished from school, from law school. He's still our lawyer today, but he used me for... I hope he's listening. So normally he was supposed to, talk to police and then let them release me on bail. But it was by law, I sleep that place. I sleep that place. So your lawyers will frustrate you. Your staff will frustrate you. But nonetheless, they are still your greatest asset. That lawyer that made sure I slept, that lawyer that made sure, innocently that I slept in the cell today is our company secretary. It's our company secretary. He will never let anyone sleep in the cell again. Today we have over 3,000 staff, but he has also learned on the job. There was something that I enjoyed doing. I enjoyed poaching staff. One of the things that has made us grow was the ability to poach staff. But it is sweet when you do it to others. But when they do it to you, you know what it feels like. So, the lesson I've learned from that is that build people from ground up. Build people from ground up. Protect your ideas. Protect it. Remember the story of that popular social media giant. I will not say the name so that I will not sleep cell again. Protect your idea. You see, there are wolves out there. The wolves can be sitting on your board. The wolves can be sitting as your PA. The wolves can be sitting as your most trusted staff. You have a responsibility to protect your idea. Power is shifting from the West to Asia. Before, we used to do made in America, made in this, made in that. But the most popular influencers today are advertising cars from China. So the question is, what are Chinese doing differently? I think there's a whole lot of lesson to get from that. Chinese people are very efficient. They don't focus on paparazzi. They focus on the job. In Lagos, there is too much paparazzi. Too much. We focus on being polished than being quality. It's not just in Lagos, because our businesses are everywhere. You see, I've tried to show a video, so I don't talk about it. So believe me when I tell you that for Africa to be the next frontier, we need to understand what Asia is doing. And then do what? Do better. So, if you're an 8 to 5 person, you cannot be the new frontier. If you are not self-aware, you cannot be the new frontier. Chinese and Asians are accountable. If you are not accountable, forget it. You cannot be the next frontier. Now, you need to ask yourself some difficult questions when it comes to idea execution. Do you have a founder market fit? You see, in the past, I used to like to innovate. But now, I don't innovate anymore. I will listen to what Tose and another will say today. And everything he says, I will do what? I will copy it. I will copy. Sometimes you need to know what you don't know. But to test your idea, you need to test what competition is saying about it. If there's nobody doing it, be careful. If there are people that are doing it, what are they doing better? I would like to wrap up. You see, I try to live what I had written. You can be the most intelligent. You can have the best idea. You can be the best executioner. But I'll tell you this, like I said, because I'm not a pastor, I'm not here to preach for Pastor Kodru. But what I can tell you for free is that without God, your ideas will never work. I'm a Christian. I'm not from the part of the world where they don't believe in God. Most importantly, you need to put God.
Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. That was extremely enriching. All right, just a quick reminder, let's keep the conversation going on online. Please share your learnings. The hashtag again is the platform ideas. So Kemi Adeosun is a British-Nigerian economist with over 35 years of experience across Nigeria and international markets. She's a former Minister of Finance of Nigeria and has chaired the board of African Export-Import Bank, AFREXIM, where she led key fiscal reforms focused on transparency, revenue growth, and financial discipline. Before her ministerial role, she served as the Commissioner for Finance in Ogun State and built a strong career in finance, audit, and consulting in the United Kingdom. Her tenure in public office was defined by efforts to strengthen government financial systems and improve accountability. She brings a perspective shaped by real leadership responsibility, policy execution, and navigating complex national systems. Please join me in welcoming Kemi Adeosun.
Please sit down. Thank you so much. I want to start by thanking Pastor Podju for all he does. 2017, I was here last. I was minister. He's always where he needs to be. So then he just wanted to understand what was going on with the economy. And I came here and gave a presentation. And I find it very interesting now that 9 years on, he's talking about the same things that I'm thinking about, which is entrepreneurship. So when he called me and said what I think that Pastor Podju is onto something with what he's doing. So this country, and please, all those people that say in 2080, I think somebody told me 2080 the other day, Nigeria is going to be the top, because I said, you people are crazy. But in 2080, I'll be 113 if Jesus tarries. We can't keep on pushing the thing forward. You know, in 2040, we're the biggest economy. In 2050, it keeps rolling, right? The only way we're really going to jump, and there's an opportunity now for Africa and therefore for Nigeria to jump, is when SMEs begin to grow, begin to scale. And that's why I started a new project, which I'll talk about a little bit. And that's why I felt I needed to be here. Interestingly, John Alamu, I traveled 6 hours to go and find John Alamu in Akure, because right now my life is about showing people that entrepreneurship can work, that businesses can be founded and businesses can grow. Because in Nigeria today, if you are employed, that is if you have a job, 80% of you are employed by SMEs. Forget government, forget the days when, you know, if you drive all around here, you see big industrial complexes that used to be factories, and a factory would open and employ 2,000 people. Those days are gone, and they're not coming back. They're not. What they're going to be replaced with is nimble, digital-based, intelligent, data-driven businesses. And the digital economy has leveled the playing field in a way that you wouldn't believe. You can walk into a shop in London and see made in Nigeria chin-chin for sale. You couldn't do that 10 years ago. In fact, once they heard that the product was from Nigeria, they wouldn't want to stock it. Now, the world is digital. You can get online, you can create an ecosystem, you can create a following, and we're seeing it. We've seen it in music, we've seen it in film, we're seeing it in sport, we're seeing it in tech, and I'm very happy that Tosin of Money Point is here. The next bounce of the ball could be yours. And that's why I'm here to just share a few ideas with you that I hope will open up your thinking. Let me start by a small confession, because some of you will know me as minister, commissioner, all those things they read are true. I am all of the above and more, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I've had 9 businesses. 6 have failed. 2 were draws and 1 is struggling. And I say that with intentionality because failure is a part of business, okay? So and I say this, and it's very important as children of God to understand this, because this is where a lot of us get it wrong. So if you failed, did you pray? Was it a good idea? Was it a God idea? You know, you get those kind of miserable counselors when you fail. They sit down in front of you and say, so what happened? Did you pray before you started? Say yes. And what did God say? God said I should do it. Okay, so why has it failed? Now, these are logical questions, but they're not useful questions. Those are the questions that people went to Joseph when he was in the prison and said, so did you pray? Yes. Did you fast? Yes. So why are you in prison? But they haven't seen what you're learning along the journey. Every single failure, that I have had, and one day when I have time, I'll tell you about all my failed businesses. Many different. I had a Christian bookshop. How more anointed an idea can be a Christian bookshop? How more anointed can you get? So when the bills would come and I couldn't pay, they'd say, Father, this is your work. This is your word. I had scriptures that I was standing on. God gave the word. Great were the company of those who published it. I failed. Not only did I fail, I ended up paying debts. But you know what else happened? I learned. I learned what to do. I learned what not to do. So please, if there's anybody here who's failed and thinks that maybe it's not for me, I want to encourage you that if you get another great idea, and hopefully when I finish this presentation, I'll show you how to validate it. Not in a spiritual way, right? Because having a God idea does not exempt you from the market. Yeah? And being anointed, and even if Pastor Bodu pours oil on your head, you are going out there, you will face competition. You will face unfair competition. You will face fair competition. You will face the impact of your own bad decisions. But it's part of the entrepreneurial journey. And it's an exciting journey. So I have a very bad habit. My staff have told me of getting them to present PowerPoints and then talking as I like. So today, I'm going to try to stick to what I've prepared. My presentation is called A Great Idea. And so I want to talk about the 4 laws that apply even for anointed ideas. Yeah? No matter how anointed your idea is, you are going to compete in the market. Angels do not bring customers. Trust me, I've prayed all kinds of prayers for business. Angels don't bring customers. Marketing brings customers. Lying on the floor in my shop, calling forth customers, pointing to the book, standing on scripture didn't bring customers. The business still failed. And I think this is where some of us miss it. We've heard from God, we're anointed, pay our tithes, serve in the ushers, and now we have an idea. Of course it's got to succeed. But I want to just ask you that there are 4 things I want you to put your idea through. After God has told you, because God has told you, and I'm sure you did hear correctly, but you also have to hear about these 4 things. So 1 is the market. Now, as I say, you can call your business Anointed, Children of God, Small Chops. You are going to compete with every other small chops. And I know some of us do that, right? We're trying to be really spiritual, kind of blackmail God, give the business a name that is embarrassing to God if it fails. My bookshop was called The King and I. How good is that? It failed. In fact, it failed and left me in debt. So, what is the market? Have you done your research? Do you know the market you're going into? I'll deviate a little bit and talk about the project that I've started, and this is the reason why I interviewed John, and today I'll be interviewing Tosin. I've started a project called Nidacity. It means Nigerian audacity. And what I'm doing is I am showcasing Nigerian business at a granular level. So I'm looking for entrepreneurs, I'm speaking to them. We are providing what we call inspiration, education, and resources to support businesses. So you go there, you read a story. You won't read Bill Gates, you'll read John Alamu's story. You'll read the story of the guy that started Mega Chicken. You'll read Tosin's story. So you will be able to understand where they failed, where they got it right, where they got it wrong, because business is a process. And anointing will not take you there. You've got to do the work. You've got to do the research. You've got to understand your competition as well as you understand yourself. And you don't do things like, and we do this again, God help us Christians. Sometimes we over-spiritualize things. So one of my failed businesses was a hair salon. And after I opened the hair salon, somebody else opened maybe 3 doors down. And then people would come and tell me, do you know what she's using? It's like, whatever she's using, she's beating my ass right now. So it's really not relevant. So let's not over-spiritualize competition. Competition is there for a reason. You need to study it. You need to know, okay, if they're using something, you two go and use your own now. Don't, when failure comes, sometimes the market is telling you something. Sometimes your product is not selling because the market is telling you it's wrongly priced. It may be anointed, but it's wrongly priced. Or you're facing the wrong market. Or your timing is wrong. So don't because sometimes we get a little bit, and then we start having dreams. We start calling pastor in the night. I had a dream. I saw my competitor running after me. I think she's using, no. No, the Bible says by much activity a dream cometh. After a while you start dreaming of things. You've got to do your work. Being a child of God, being anointed, being in covenant with Christ does not exempt you from the normal. In fact, if anything, it might make it tougher. It might make it tougher. But the good thing is, if you do the work, then the anointing becomes like the icing on the cake. It's not the other way around. You have to do the work. So understand your market. Who is your market? Who are your competitors? How do they react to you in the market? How are you marketing? Are you rightly capitalized? Have you jumped into business because, and this is one thing we're finding with Nidacity, and this is one of the things we're correcting. Let me rephrase something that John said because I was listening to him. In Nigeria, because of the job situation, and that's why I decided to do what I'm doing, we have what we call entrepreneurs of necessity. They actually would rather not be an entrepreneur. They would really just rather earn a salary every month. But because there are no jobs, one auntie or one uncle then calls you and says, what are you doing? You better go and create your own job. And that's how some people have found themselves in business. Business they don't understand. They really, really would just rather on the 28th of every month, just let me see alert. And I think 2 things we've got to do. One, we've got to deliver some people from this idea that only being an entrepreneur is worth anything in Nigeria. It's a very dangerous logic, and I see it a lot. I see people that are doing really well. Last week, I think I was in Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is oil and gas city. You have people saying, no, I want to be my own. Your own what? Do you want to sink an oil well? I mean, what do you want to do? So if you are called to entrepreneurship, that's great. But if you are not, don't let anybody call you to entrepreneurship because you will fail. Anointed or not, you will fail. The same auntie that tells you that, don't worry, I will give you money, I will set you up. When her money goes, she will fight you. So don't be forced into entrepreneurship. What we need to do is to remove the entrepreneurs of necessity and give them opportunities to be the CEO, to be the head of HR, to be the head of legal, to be the company secretary, to be the financial controller, and they will be happy doing it. And that's why getting our small businesses, SMEs, growing is economically and politically important. And we need to stop this idea that everybody must be an entrepreneur. That's the problem in Nigeria. Everybody wants to have their own. Everybody must have their own. If you look at countries that succeed, they actually succeed by a few people growing big. So we need John to be bigger. We need Money Point to be bigger. We don't need Money Point. But some of you have come here to come and hear, cocoa, okay, I'm from Ondo, cocoa, he made money from cocoa. And off you go into the cocoa farm. You are going to fail, oh. You will fail. You will fail. You need to have your own idea. And it has to have the right timing, the right knowledge of the market. And then you have a chance of success. And then the anointing then takes you where you need to go. But without that, please don't, nobody should come and, anyway, I just told you my own story. I can tell you all my businesses had phenomenally Christian names. And they failed. So, let's go on to the numbers, which is something I'm very passionate about. You cannot run a business without knowing your numbers. You can't. You can't. And this is where a lot of businesses struggle. So we, again, I'm plugging, but Nidacity is a not-for-profit, it's a charity. We are working to help people to understand their numbers, because what we're discovering is, especially the creatives, the fashion, the catering, there's a lot of busy doing nothing. There are a lot of people that are busy. They're running around in circles. They're not making any money. And they don't know they're not making money because they don't know their numbers. So we started creating tools. We started running workshops. There's one next week for fashion and for catering entrepreneurs, which I'm teaching myself, getting down into the numbers. What is your revenue? What is your variable cost? What is your gross profit? There are 5 numbers you've got to know. 5. You must know them for whatever business you're in. Your revenue, your gross profit, your net profit, your cash flow, your break-even point. If you cannot define them, please don't go into business. That should be the first thing you do. Research the business you're going into. Some businesses have very high gross margins, but you don't sell that many. So if you're a fashion entrepreneur and you sell an outfit for $500,000, your gross profit margin may be 300%, but you may only sell 4 in a month, and that's enough. A lot of us go into businesses where the margin is very low. The number of people I've had that come to me, especially these entrepreneurs of necessity. Auntie, please, can you loan me money? I want to start a business. Okay, what do you want to say? Provisions. Just look at them. Please, can you? Do you know the margin on provisions? Do you know that the margin on provisions is like 2%? How many are you going to have to sell to make any money? So any business you want to go into, please go and do the research. Ask the questions. Go online. Come to our website. We're doing profiles. We're breaking down numbers. We're showing people this business. So like cement now, on a bag of cement, do you know how little their margin is? So don't just see, and Nigeria can be funny like that. I'll tell you a little story. I think I've got enough time to tell you the story. So when I was in, and as you're doing your research, do it with skepticism, one eye open and a whole lot of wisdom. So when I was in financial services, we used to go out and look for deposits, look for money. And I had this client. I'd just come into the country from England, so I had this client. So they used to send me out because my accent was good, right? Then it's changed now, but my accent was really good then. And I used to go out to market, and I always used to get checks because I would just, hi, how are you? I just come back from London. And they'd be like, oh, this nice British girl, she's not going to steal our money. And so they would give us, I became although I was actually employed as a financial controller, I actually became the top salesperson because, I just go out and just speak some English, and it was working. So we had this particular client in Lagos Island, and she said to me, where did you say that your office is? And it was in Marina, so I pointed to the building. She looked up, she said, okay, let me test you. So she gave us 5 million cash. And I was looking at this woman like, what business can this woman be doing to just, you don't know me. If I run away with this money, you're literally... Anyway, over time, she became a really strong client of mine. And I became, a friend. You know how you endear yourself to people. So she used to sell wine. So I said to her, Ma, this wine business, it's like really good. And, and the entrepreneur in me is thinking, wine, okay, where do you employ your, where get your wine from? So she said to me one day, she just looked at me, that kind of pity, like, you don't know anything. So she said I should follow her. So we get in the car, we drove. I'm like, okay, this is Ijebu-Ode, we're still driving, okay. Anyway, we finally get to some clearing, and I literally mean clearing. You know those places where there's a sign that written says, this way to. It was, this way to, and so that's where we ended up. And maybe as far as the eye can see. So if you imagine this auditorium times 10, she had catfish ponds, little earthen catfish ponds. So I said, Mama, she said, eh. So what am I saying? I'm saying do your research with wisdom. Some things are not what they seem. And that's why knowing your numbers will help you. Because some of you are competing with the subsidy. I was talking to a lady yesterday, she's a fashion entrepreneur, and she was telling me, she said, I can't figure out how her particular competitor is doing it at this price. And I said to her, you need to understand your competitor as well as you understand yourself. You have to if your numbers don't make sense, then there's something else. I'm not talking about something else like spiritual. I'm saying something else. Some businesses are only alive because, I won't say a husband, so let me say a wife. A wife who's successful is sitting down, seeing the husband sitting at home, say, what are you even doing? Okay, well, yeah, go and open a business. Just be going out of the house. She's paying the rent. She pays the bills. So if you go and compete with that person on price, you will fail. Because that person only has one thing to do. They're not paying the rent. They're not paying the bills. So they'll just discount. And you will follow them, discount. Two of you will go down together. In 3 years, the subsidy will end. That person will pack up their business, and yours would have gone with it. So you have to know the numbers of your industry. You have to. You have to know them, with almost religious passion. Because that's the only way you can compete. So that way, if you see a competitor make a particular move, you should be able to cost it. And if you can cost it, you can say, no, I'm not playing that game. Like now, I was reading something where they were telling people, Black Friday, ignore Black Friday. Let me do my own at 15. Those are not your customers. They'll just come, they'll buy from you at 15 and they're gone. You're trying to build a business, you're trying to build customers, you're trying to build an ecosystem, you're trying to build a brand. And if your only strategy is cost cutting, I will strongly suggest you get out of business quickly. Because you will lose your money and you will lose motivation, which is very difficult to replace. It's really, really hard. I've failed before, right? The only thing is, with me, all my businesses were side hustles. So when I failed, I'll adjust my salary, go back to my career, lick my wounds. Sometimes, my mum would say, hey, what's of that? You're at the bell? No, I'm not doing that anymore, Moved on. But along the line, and this is where I started the whole Nidacity journey, I discovered something, which is that I'm a far better mentor than entrepreneur. And so I started mentoring people, and that's where this all started from. That, look, why can't I do this on scale? I can only mentor maybe 10 people at once. Do it properly. Be at the end of the call. Let's look at the numbers together. What should you do? What should you not do? I'm a better mentor than I am entrepreneur. But if I hadn't been a failed entrepreneur, I would have been a rubbish mentor. If you know what I mean, right? Because honestly, the worst people, sorry, I shouldn't say this, but once someone says I'm a doctor of entrepreneurship, if you can't show me the business you've run, please help me, please. Stay. Because unless you've made salary, the entrepreneurs, you know how hard it can be some months to make salary. Or have to look at people in the eye when you haven't paid their salary and encourage them to keep working. It's hard. So you need to learn, which is part of what we're trying to do. Please learn from those who've done it. Come to platforms to this kind of thing. That's why this is exciting to me. Bring the people that have done it. Don't bring the people that say, an enterprise is, those lectures where you're not going to learn anything. What is a business? Let's start with the dictionary. They will start with the dictionary. Collins Dictionary said, you have nothing to teach anybody. Go and sit down. So let me move on. I'm trying to stick to my slides, and I'm not doing very well, but anyway, I hope you're getting something. Okay, that's good. That's what we want. Right, so law 3 is timing. And I can't stress this enough. Your timing, so God can give you an idea and tell you to go and incubate it. Go and incubate it. Go and learn everything you can about that industry. Go and immerse yourself. Go and equip yourself. I'm a very impatient person. And I look back on my failures, and I think a lot of my failures were having an idea and jumping. In fact, before God has finished the idea, I've already hired 3 people and, and opened a shop. And then I'm like, God, okay, what next? Then the prayer starts. Because sometimes it's a right idea at a wrong time. And sometimes you're in a job, and this is where some entrepreneurs make mistakes. You're in a job, and I just want to have my own business. I just want to have my own business. And you're not doing the other person's business particularly well. Use it as a period of learning. Use it as a period of immersion. Know everything there is to know about what it is you want to do. So that when that opportunity does come, you're ready. You're ready. Prayer will not make you ready. It will assist your readiness, but you have to do the work. You have to do the work. And a lot of the people you're competing with, remember, they also pray, So don't think that it's not a contest of who can pray the hardest. Out there in the market, people that are praying are there. People that are praying to other things are there. People that are praying like you are there. And God is not inefficient in how he's a respecter of nobody. So don't think because I'm praying, I'm anointed, I served, I sang in the choir, therefore when I step out at the wrong time, I will succeed. You end up like me. You end up like me, you fail. You pay the debts, you move on. So, I'm speaking from hard experience. If I had more time, I would tell you about one of my businesses and how I failed, but I don't have the time. So the fourth law is the team, and I think John handled this better than I could have. You need a team. You can't do it all alone. You can't. You need a team. You need to build them from the bottom up. Recently, I did a recruitment. I couldn't find, because there's a problem in Nigeria, There's a real problem. Entrepreneurs are not calling out. But there's a real problem in Nigeria. Because as many as are unemployed are as many entrepreneurs that cannot get decent staff. I had a conversation with Alhaji Aliko Dangote recently, and he was telling me that he's having to he said, it's not that I want to employ foreigners. I can't get staff. Meanwhile, we have an army of people. Every day I'm seeing CVs. I just want a chance. I just want an opportunity. So something's wrong. Something's wrong. We need to understand where is the next bounce of the ball and be ready. Sitting there, I did the recruitment exercise. You ask people, okay, tell us about yourself. They start off with, and once somebody tells me their surname before their first name, I've already cancelled you before you even say anything else. My name is Makanjuala Tosin. So, what do we call you? Makanjuala? No, Makanjuala Tosin. You've already confused. Just say your name. I'm Tosin Makanjuala. Don't do that. People do that, sorry, in interviews. It's very bad. When they ask you for your name, they're asking first name, surname. Please don't create problems for people, and don't cancel yourself in interviews, because a lot of people do that. Anyway, we had this person, she came, she started that way, so I knew the interview wasn't going to go very well. And then she just listed all her qualifications. I did this, first school leaving certificate, this one, primary school, okay, what else have you done? Nothing. And that's the problem. So that person is going to struggle in the marketplace. You're a student, acquire skills. Now you can teach yourself anything on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok. That's why with Nidacity we've got a very strong social media drive, because we realize that people are scrolling. Let them learn business while they're scrolling. Let them be inspired while they're scrolling. Don't just scroll, you know how there's this kind of content that, is consuming our time like a spirit. You just sit down, sometimes in my house, I just hear a laugh. Ah! I run over. What's that? See this monkey? The monkey is turning. Like, really? And that's what's making you laugh like that? It's a thief of time, oh. It's a thief of time. I'm not saying don't be entertained, but I'm saying, time. Time is an asset. Time is an asset. So I'm going to quickly flick. So I'm going to then, I was going to tell you about Nehemiah, but go and read it at home. He's the biblical case study. of how I feel that an entrepreneur should approach a task and a business. He prepared, he prayed, he did all they need. But I'll leave Pastor Podju will do that one. Let's just move on to that. So, and I've talked about what I learned about God-given ideas in the real world, both in government and in the private sector. In government, it's the same problem. The same 4 laws apply. The same 4 laws apply. I had an idea, I wanted to do something, I ran into opposition. It's interesting, when people talk about my tenure as minister, they say, oh, whistleblower scheme, oh, this one, oh, ghost workers. If they list how many things failed, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. But it's part of the process. So I've learned over time to discipline myself by applying those same rules to anything I do, whether government or private sector. Just stick to it. Just be rigid and be disciplined about it. What are the numbers? How's this going to work? Do I have the team? Because sometimes you have a good idea, you don't have the team to execute it. So what do? Should you outsource? Interestingly, one of the podcast interviewees was Zephans, and she said that for the first 3 years of her business, she did not sew a single item because she realized that managing the tailors meant she wouldn't be able to grow the brand. So she outsourced all her production. It was only after 3 years that she actually bought her first machines. So understand your business, understand where you're going. I am running out of time, so I am going to close with a Nigeria-specific reality check. The statistics tell us that 91% of our startups fail within 5 years. That's the statistic we're trying to change. And we see in that statistic a lack of rigor, a lack of things like this. A lack of learning, a lot of just jumping, and also our entrepreneurs of necessity. You don't have a job, or yeah, go and start something. So that we hope and pray we'll be able to reduce. Finally, what do I want? I have an ask. I'd like you to please follow Nidacity on Instagram. I'd like you to watch our podcasts. John's podcast, you need to watch John's podcast. You need to watch John's podcast. John is quite inspirational. And Tosin is going to be recording his after. I've been privileged with this mission. God has been good to us. Some of the biggest entrepreneurs, I've been using my platform as a former minister to get them to talk. So last week I had Mrs. Alakija, I've recorded her. Tell us how you got here. And I'm doing that. I'm knocking on doors on your behalf to say, oh yeah, you're there. Tell us how you got here. So in exchange, shameless ask from you, please follow us on social media. They're not giving me a fee now. I have the right to ask. So, and we're a social enterprise. We're not for profit, you will see. So please follow us, like our posts, and share the information with another founder. There may be something on there. There may be a profile. We profiled a guy that is exporting hibiscus. People have gone back to us saying, this is inspiring us. And the final thing I want to share with you, and it's important, this idea that I want to start a business, but I don't have capital. Please, today, can we bury it? Put a gravestone on it and let it die. One of the things we're doing is we're featuring a whole series of entrepreneurs. We call it No and Low. People that started with no capital or low capital. You'll be shocked at the businesses that started with 1,000 naira. You'll be shocked at one of the people that we've profiled. She now employs, I think it's 26 staff. Her first capital came from, she went to a party, she tied somebody's gilly and they liked it. So she tied 26 gillies in one day. That's how she got her seed capital to start a business. She now employs 26 people. So please, don't cancel yourself. Money is actually not the first thing you need. You need, first of all, a great idea. So there, I will close. Thank you so much for listening.
Wow, keep the applause coming. So know your numbers, understand your business, and we got lots of nuggets from there. Even though social media can be the thief of time, let's use it well today and keep the conversation going online. The hashtag again is the platform ideas. Now we're moving from ideas to infrastructure, from vision to systems that power everyday life. This is a man whose work you may not see, but but your business, your money, your transactions depend on it. Oluwatosin Enyolorunda is the founder and CEO of MoneyPoint, one of Africa's most powerful fintech platforms, providing banking, payments, credit, and business tools to millions of entrepreneurs. He began his career at InterSwitch, helping build the backbone of Nigeria's digital payment infrastructure before founding Team App in 2015, now known as MoneyPoint. Under his leadership, the company has grown into a unicorn valued at over $1 billion, processing billions in transactions monthly. Today, MoneyPoint powers commerce for hundreds of thousands of businesses across Nigeria. Tosin represents execution.
Okay. So while my slides are coming up, I should first of all thank Pastor Kwadwo. Where's Pastor Kwadwo, please? I want to thank Pastor Kwadwo for organizing this. Of course, I don't think he knows this, but I used to attend Covenant Christian Center. Yes. And in the early days when I was conceiving MoneyPoint, I used to come to his service in Lagoon Restaurant. It's still in Lagoon Restaurant. And I found Pastor Kwadwo to be one of the few men of God that had a fantastic to live in Lekki then. And I made a mental note that one day Pastor Kwadwo will call me to the platform. And so when John said it, I was like, I got it. So normally I don't even attend these events. So when he reached out, I just told my wife, I have blown. So thank you very much, Mr. Pastor Kwadwo. You're a blessing to the generation. I would say many of your teachings those days formed many of the business mentalities I have today on how to run a big organization like MoneyPoint has transformed. I am proud to say MoneyPoint started from scratch when I and my co-founder Felix started in 2015, purely Nigerian. Everything we've done in MoneyPoint today is purely Nigerian. I was born in Lagos. I grew up in Ibadan. And I remember when I came to Lagos the first time, took a bus from Ibadan, or was it Ife, because I schooled in OAU. Great Ife. Great Ife. You know how we represent, right? So I took a bus and I landed in Ojota. That was my, I think, first time in Lagos, and that was in 2007. So your small Ibadan boy is now, the founder of a unicorn. So every one of you here, just know it's possible. I would tell you some of the teachings that I have learned along the way. Many of them I'm hoping maybe it's not too advanced. I'm hoping that it's not too theoretical. I'm hoping you note them down and just use it to form a mental model of how you run an organization and how you create something big. But my Lagos story is when I landed in Lagos and I saw the chaos in Lagos. Imagine all those downfall buses. If you have lived in Ibadan before, raise up your hand. Now, coming from Ibadan to where everything is calm, cool, you take a bus, they wait for you, you slowly will go and meet them, to one in which if you don't get that now, they will just drive off and you fall. I knew in this life, I had to make it as I'm coming to Lagos. So when I landed in Lagos, I fortunately got a job with InterSwitch, and in InterSwitch, I met my co-founder, I met my wife. I was initially a software engineer, became a product manager. I think I just briefly said I met my wife, right? Okay, so I became a product manager, but I had always had it in my mind that I was going to create something big. And initially, I thought I was going to create like a hardware company. Along the way, I realized that there's this country in this side of the world called China that's going to beat the world in hardware. So I stopped my hardware dreams and focused on software. That's why I joined InterSwitch, fortunately, and The reason why I joined InterSwitch is because I felt like I needed to stand on the shoulder of a giant for you to be able to see the state of the art and then launch from there. Unfortunately, InterSwitch taught me and my co-founders many of the things that we needed to learn to be able to proceed and ride from where InterSwitch had taken the industry to. So, please, where are my slides? All right, beautiful. So today, that small company that we have done, next slide, now is Africa's leading payment infrastructure, where we process, next slide, 8 out of 10 transactions today offline today. Next slide. Today we have about 6 million businesses on our platform and roughly about 10 million personal customers on our platform. Next slide. Revenue-wise, we're top 6 in Nigerian banking industry. And we processed last year 14 billion transactions in count. And these transactions were worth 500 trillion in value. We also disbursed 1 trillion of loans last year to businesses. Next slide. And we are number 1, we're the largest merchant acquirer in Africa. Next slide. We've raised $200 million of equity from foreign investors, and most of it have been invested into Nigeria. Next slide. And today, according to Financial Times, we're the fastest growing fintech country 3 times in a row company. We employ 5,000 employees across 17 countries. And in all this, I want to tell you that ideas are free. If you have an idea in your mind right now, I think you've heard other people say it, scratch it. It's nothing. It's nothing, and it's not waiting for you. Execution is everything. As a matter of fact, if anybody comes to me and say, there's this idea that I have and I want to come and share it with you, I don't respond to the person. It means nothing. Because it's a dime, it doesn't. You need to pick that idea and actually truly execute it. Now, I will go beyond ideas and how, execution. I'll actually tell you about the biggest challenge that you have is you. I'll focus on you, on how you need to think, generally. Because the biggest problem of an entrepreneur is yourself. When you conquer yourself, you conquer the world. The biggest battle are internal battles that you have. As an entrepreneur, one of the biggest challenges that you have is anxiety. Even as you are not yet an entrepreneur, that you're just starting, you realize that the biggest challenges that you generally have is being able to keep a calm mind all the time to be able to get to where you want to get to. So you figuring out yourself requires you to have a mental model that is shaped by reality, that is shaped by the Word of God, and that is also shaped by what works. So as an entrepreneur, one of the first things that you need to make sure that you have, next slide, are your goals. Next slide. You need to ensure that you get these 7 things I'm about to tell you right. If you get these 7 things right, you would have formed a mental model in your mind that can allow you to be able to take everything that comes your way. Next slide. The first thing is goals. A lot of you have things that you want to do, but if those things cannot become numbers that are written down, it's nothing, honestly. It's just vibes, and you forget about it. You've heard different testimonies people have had that they had something and they wrote it down somewhere and they, wrote it somewhere and they put it there. And I remember in the founding days of Money Point, that number for me was $100 million. When I was recruiting many of my early founders, the pitch I was giving to all of them was, please come and work for Money Point. And if you work for Money Point, I'll give you 1% of Money Point. And 1% of Money Point will be worth $1 million. That's the number I had. And I wasn't working extra hard because I was going to make myself out there. And here was I, one young boy. I was in my early 30s. Good job, you're in your 33. So I was in 29, and I was actually asking that you come and join me and come and work for MoneyPoint. And you had the opportunity of working for superior companies at that time. And I knew that the best people had multiple opportunities. So I had to give them a pitch. The pitch to all of them is just come and work for MoneyPoint. They saw the vision, they saw the passion. They felt like, okay, we are young. We can take a chance here. Even if it doesn't work out, we'll bail out and go and work somewhere else. So, but that number for me was just $100 million. And I want to encourage everybody that if you have something at the back of your mind, for you to be here, this interests you, you need to write that number down. What is it? If you don't set goals in a larger organization also, the organization begins to move in any direction that you want, that you don't want. People work with vibes. People work with no particular direction in mind. In an organization like MoneyPoint with 5,000 employees, you can imagine how hard it is to be able to now set a direction for everybody to move. When you're even especially remote, even if you're not remote, how many people can you see one by one? So everybody, you need to set clear goals in your mind. And that's what Auntie Kemi said also, numbers. What are those numbers? Your revenue goal, your market share goal, number of customers, gross profit, contribution margin, cash flow, profit before tax, profit after tax. If you don't do these numbers, go and know it. It's not advanced anything. You cannot set a business that is for profit and dream if you don't set those numbers. Now, when you set the numbers, next slide, you now need to set out a structure. You see, one of the reasons why MoneyPoint blew when we blew, as we blew, is a structure that we created. In distributing our products. We created a structure in which just the same states to and then national. If you want to win an election, you essentially make sure that you win at each of different ward levels. So we decided that if we're going to spread across the whole of Nigeria, we need to make sure that we win at each ward level. And we created a structure that allowed us to be able to distribute our products from the ward level all the way down to the national level. And this structure is not about people, because one common mistake that I can see that leaders make is when you draw structures in your mind, you draw structures because you know that there's one particular smart guy or lady that you want to put in that place. That's not the way structure should be done. Structure should be done in service of the goals that you have. So these 7 things I'm listing actually is the way you should think about what you're building, but it's also the way you're going to test when things are going wrong. It's almost like all the time, if something is not growing right in your business, you can test it out that what is not going right. Almost all the time, it is going to be one or more of these 7 things. Did I set the right goals? Do I have the right structure is the next question. The structures must be such that if you are going to allow 2 people to be responsible for that thing, let me give you an example. A simple one will be if salaries are to be paid. That's very straightforward. You need to have a goal of when salaries are to be paid. If you don't have a goal of when salaries are to be paid, if they pay it on the 1st or 3rd, it's not a problem. So it needs to be clear that salaries are to be paid on the 24th. Secondly, who pays the salary? The structure that allows the salary to be paid. Now, if you say that HR pays the salary, if HR say I want to pay salary and they don't have the money or the ability to press go into the bank account and press the salary payment, you still don't get those goals, right? So you need to ensure that the structure is such that whoever is responsible for that goal has everything in them to be able to achieve those goals. You create a structure that structure, whoever you have given that goal, they don't need to depend on too many people. You reduce the number of dependencies that they have to be able to get their things done. So that structure, it needs to be clear who owns what goals. The next one are people. You need to make sure that you have the right people in the right role. Make 10 sales this month, 20 sales this month. Is it structure? It is clear who is supposed to do the goal and make those sales, because I have 4 salespeople. Each of those people know their number. Those 4 salespeople work with an operational manager that's supposed to deliver it. The third one is, do I have the right people? You know, it hits me to the bone when Auntie Kemi also mentioned that even Alhaji Dangote was saying that Nigeria, we have, if you go to Money Point career websites, which you can go and apply if you want to, we have probably maybe 500 vacancies or so. And we are struggling to find people to fill those roles. We did not make an attempt to start hiring from Nigeria. As a matter of fact, in 2024, we made a decision that we will no longer hire from any other place than Nigeria. And we chopped the cane in 2025. We chopped the cane in 2025. Not only could we not find the people at the quality and the quantity we needed them, the few people that we found were not up to the global standards of quality that we needed. And we're competing globally. You're not competing with just local players. You people know my biggest competition. You know where they are from. They are from China. I'm competing globally. I need to make sure that I have world-class people working on the organization. And here I am, looking for Nigerians that cannot meet the requirements that we need to meet to be able to compete and build world-class products. I blame quite a bit of things. I blame our education system. I used to feel like Nigerians are really, really bright. And I am honestly beginning to feel like we need to do something to prevent the general IQ of this country from going lower. I am really, really worried. I used to feel like intelligence is equally distributed around the world. But I am realizing now that environment shapes a lot of things. I am realizing that the social media that we are consuming all the time, I am realizing now that the values that are shaping our systems now, the hookup culture, the Yahoo culture, the let me just do cool things because that's what matters culture. The level that people are reasoning in this country is not as high as it used to be. And this is coming from me, that I am a diehard Nigerian that want Nigerians to grow. We need to do something about it. And my suggestion is we need to create people like John and Tikemi, what Pastor Poju is doing. Because I feel like this is a role model problem. This is the problem that the person that they see around them is that local boy that has collected $30,000. And they want to be like him. In the grand scheme of what you can create in a 200 million population, there are many other alternatives to becoming a big boy Yahoo boy. There are many alternatives to becoming a hookup babe that is showing how she is traveling to Dubai. And everybody wants to be like her. And that's why I'm hoping that you all subscribe to Antichemis in Dani City and see stories of entrepreneurs and actually be motivated. And every one of you here should also create great things. We create an environment. Nigeria has what it takes. We are driven people. We are motivated people. We are hardworking people. I was in the airport last week. I was in Nigeria last week. And British Airways delayed their flight. So we're supposed to take off around 10:30, and I was still in the airport around, I think, 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. And I picked the phone, and I texted my main driver. He didn't respond because he was asleep. I called our second driver, and the driver said, I am coming, sir, now, 2 a.m. No, if you guys do, this is not normal behavior in the rest of the world, just so you know, because I live in the UK. In the UK has labor laws. And in those labor laws world, they will not respond to you, even if you are paying their salary. And it's not just the UK. Most of the side of the world, we have this level of grit natural inside all of us, that if we just need to harness it in the right direction, what we will create in this country. When you want to compare Nigeria and the rest of the world, think of Nigeria as having an American mindset. It's a hard-driving, gritty, I want to succeed in life mindset compared to the rest of Africa. I sometimes see, if I want to compare, I will say maybe Kenyans are like Europeans, Nigerians are like the Americans. So we have it in us. All we just need to do is develop our human capital, change this mentality that we have about within our current youths that don't see any other path because of maybe the failure of our government and the lack of faith that they have in them, and they are thinking in a different direction. And lastly, also the fact that there's a mass emigration of talent from the country is also leading to this. So back to my people question. Now, for people generally, wow, I have just 8 minutes left. There are about 8 traits that you need to check out on people. The first one is customer obsession. You can't, I mean, when you want to describe people, what kind of person are you looking for? Let's describe them in like 8 traits. The first one is you need to ensure that people are customer obsessed. The number one thing in business is for your customers to love you. That's the number one thing. It's not even just your revenue. The number one thing you need to make sure that happens is your customers love you. And why will your customers love you? They will love you when there are 3 levels of why customers will love you. There's something called delighter, performative, and basic. If you give customers their basic requirements, they will say you are okay. If you give something you do more of something that they're expecting. Let me give you an example of something that is basic. So in Nigeria, about 5-6 years ago, when all of you were using most of the Nigerian banks, more you want to go and buy something and it will fail. And when it fails, what will happen? You will wash plates. Nigeria had a very, very low expectation of what a good financial application should look like. What did Money Point to come and do? We only just did reliability. That's all. Only. It's basic. We only just try to work on making sure that you have the confidence as a business owner to receive payments. And it worked during cashless. But you see that only reliability that I mentioned? Building a reliable infrastructure in an unreliable country is something else. So that's when your service will go down because somebody is doing excavation that has cut main one's cable. And nobody cares about that. They just say your network is not working. That is when one bank that is supposed to settle you is having core banking application problem and they will not give you the money. That is when one employee that was supposed to deploy something overnight said his internet is not working. Building reliable systems in an unreliable country is something else entirely. But what's the main point? It's basic. It's basic that what we are having an expectation of is that payments should just be reliable. The next thing is performance. It means that customers expect their money to come in quickly. The faster I settle you, the better it is. If somebody will give you their money after, normally banks will typically give money back to their merchants. Who is a merchant here? Who uses POS? Okay. Normally, banks will give merchants their money back after the next day, many years back. What we did is, some people were doing every hour. What we just did is instant. The faster you give money to the customers, the happier they are. And the last one are delighters. Delighters are things that customers are not expecting. You just do it. They were not expecting it. I don't want to use the word promo, because promo is not good for business. But an example is, you're about to do transaction to a bank, and we warn you that this bank is down. Don't send that money now, because if you send the money now, the money might hang. People will enjoy like that, wow, this is good. I wasn't expecting it. Now, the thing about customers is that customers are never satisfied. You see that delighter will now become basic in the next couple of months. Is now the expectation of everybody. And that is why service providers or businesses, you cannot stop. You will continually be improving it and improving it and improving it, such that your customers will consistently be seeing you as somebody that is delighting them. So you need to make sure that you have people that are customer obsessed, because that's the number one thing. When customers love you, the money will follow. If customers cannot differentiate you in the midst of everybody, you are doing a business that's undifferentiated. You have another challenge there also, because there's no way customers will love you when all of you are the same. So that's the first trait. The second trait, I will need to rush. Wow, okay. The second trait is craft. You hire somebody to do something, they must be good at it. They must be good at it. The next trait is ability to systemize. In bigger organizations, you cannot create processes in which people will just rely on memory. Human memory is very frail. Who agrees with me here that if you create a process and you say that people, this is how we do things, if you come back in 2 weeks' time, they don't follow it again? Systems need to be created. Those systems in the day of IT are automated systems. The next one is ownership. You need to ensure that you have people that have ownership. They are not people that are just coming to come and collect salary for nothing. Next one is you need to make sure that people move urgently. There are people that are urgent. These are traits that you need to expect of people. Next slide. The next one are no ego, candor, and integrity. You want to ensure that people are, Nigeria is a very bossy culture, and I think this is also another one of our biggest problems. Nigeria has a culture where we are very hierarchical, and in the hierarchical, we have an expectation that people should be self-serving to their bosses. The problem in business is that it prevents flow of information, and it creates politics. How many of you works in an organization where there's politics? Too many people are not raising their hand. Politics is caused by the fact that your boss is not a meritocratic boss. Politics is caused by the fact that there are other personal reasons why people are loved. Maybe because the boss is related to this person, or the boss are friends, or they are from the same town. That's the way politics is caused. If you want to create an organization that can actually scale, politics should not be inside of it. You need to create one that is meritocratic. So I will quickly rush through the people point. Next slide. Now, let me talk about motivating people since we're still on the people point. Who can list all the points I've made so far? What's the first one? No. The primitives themselves. Goals. What? People. And under people, what are the judgment traits you need to have of them? Crafts. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, all these are the traits that you expect of them, but what do they expect of you? There are 4 M's that I think about for motivation of people generally. If you want to make sure that people are motivated to work for you, the first thing is that they need to have meaning. Why are we doing this thing? The reason why meaning is important is because in life, people have something they call different names. One of it is destiny. One of it is vision, the plan I have for my life. Everybody has a mental model of how they want their life to go. They need to know where this company is going and how it fits into them. If somebody cannot see themselves working for you and how it fits into their plan for their lives, they are just going to be passing through you. They are just using you temporarily. So ensuring that your job can give people meaning. And most times, meaning are related to things in which people can make impact in other people's lives. One of the reasons why people love working for MoneyPoint today is because it's meaningful. The work you are doing every day, you can see it, how it's helping businesses make money, how it's growing businesses. You need to create one for yourself. Obviously, if you're working for Covenant Christian Center, you see the meaning of your job every day. If you are working for Mr. John's company, you see the impact that it's having on people's lives every day. You need to create this meaning. Nobody wants to stay on one point. Everybody wants to get better. So you need to ensure that you create an environment where people are challenged. Who has noticed that if they are challenged in a particular job, even if the money is not very high, they know how to, you love that job. The next slide is membership. People want to work for an organization that they recognize them internally and they are recognized outside. Everybody wants to be part of a tribe. I work for GT Bank. Money. That's people's basic needs are met. Money is no longer the highest. People will work for you when they are challenged and the job is meaningful, and somebody else will offer them a higher salary and they will not take it. Next slide, please. My time is up, so I need to move. The next thing is you need to make sure that these people are incentivized. You need to make sure that you've set the goals, there's a structure, you've brought the right people, give them the right incentives. And incentives are essentially things like, their performance-based commissions, rewards, public recognitions, things that even if you are not around, people are thinking about you to ensure that they continue working. Next slide. This person is bad. Sometimes the person is not bad. Sometimes it's your own problem. Sometimes you have not given people information that they need to be able to make the right decisions and do the right job. How many of you have actually sometimes not done the right thing because they did not tell you the way it's supposed to work? Next slide. Systems. You need to ensure that it is not, because humans' memory is not trustworthy. You need to ensure that people have systems in which even if they're about to make mistakes, it aligns them. And it encodes good judgment in an organization. Next slide is governance. This is the last slide for what you need, the 7 things that you need to do to build a great company. 1 is set the right goals. 2, internally, this is internal. I'm not talking about the idea itself. I'm not talking about product market fit, competition. I'm not talking about those ones. I'm saying your own mental model of how to create a great organization inside myself. First one is what? Goals. 2nd, structure. 3rd, people. 4th, context. Next, systems. And the last one is governance. Governance is essentially how you correct drifts between the reality and the actual. This is how you make sure that are we doing the right things? Is what you call MPRs, QBRs, performance reviews. This is how you make sure that things are going the right way. And when things are not going the right way, what do? You diagnose again with one of these 7 principles. If things are not going right, it's either the goals are wrong, people have a problem, structure has a problem, or whichever one. Next slide. All right. So now, an important point about this is that this judgment, as you want to use it, you can use it to judge yourself, but it's also what your boss can use to judge you. And it's also what you can use to judge people under you. So it's not just something that you use to judge your organization. It's just something that your boss should also be using to judge you. Next slide. All right. So, like I said, it's diagnostic. Anybody that is a manager here, I advise you to use it in your mind. If anything is not going, if it's going wrong, what is wrong? Next slide. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm hoping these 7 points we can all use as a mental model for us to run our organization. If you use it, I promise you, you should be on your path to creating another unicorn. Thank you very much.
Wow, a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Okay, people conversations are very important. And now to talk about the Young Professional Bootcamp that is giving out the 150 million grant, we would like Uzumaka Amalu to come up and share some insights into that. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uzumaka Amalu. I am a faculty member of the Young Professionals Bootcamp. It feels to me like most of our speakers today have preached the YPB message. So a lot of equipping, a lot of, employability skills, and a lot of things that have to do with young people. So what is the YPB? The YPB is the Young Professionals Bootcamp is an offshoot of the Platform Nigeria. It's powered by the Covenant Nation. And what do we do at the YPB? For a whole decade, 10 years, we have remained steadfast on the mission to equip high-performing young professionals with critical skills and mentoring skills, to inspire innovation, to drive success in the marketplace, and to transform the Nigerian economy. So this is a boot camp. It's a 3 days in-residence boot camp. And for 3 days, we'll have innovators, we'll have founders, we'll have investors who will be listening to creative professionals, corporate professionals, and entrepreneurs. We're taking 300 selected participants away from the noise, away from the distraction. We're bringing those 300 people together. We're listening to stories of successes, failures, challenges, growth, and scaling. Who are we expecting to see at this boot camp? Are you 20 to 30 years old? Do you have meaningful impact that you're driving, either within an organization or as an entrepreneur or as a creative? We're expecting you to log on to www.theyoungprofessionals.ng.org. You log on to it, you fill the form. There is also a grant. We have up to 150 million grants to be given to founders, to scale your venture, to corporate professionals also, and to creatives who are doing really massive things in the creative space. Applications close on the 24th of May, 2026. It's on a rolling basis. So what that means is the earlier you apply, the better your chances. Your future collaborators, your future investors, your future founders will be in the same room as you would. So please hurry and apply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please take note of the website. I think information will also be shared as to how you can apply. All right, so moving on to our next speaker. Afyong Williams is the founder and CEO of Real Fruit, a 14-year-old agribusiness that converts fresh fruits into high-value, healthy, dried fruit products. Under her leadership, Real Fruit has grown to distribute products in over 1,000 stores across 20 states in Nigeria and exports to the United States, the Netherlands, UK, Canada, and South Africa. Prior to founding Real Fruit, she worked for 4 years for Endeavor Global, a global nonprofit which catalyzes economic development by supporting entrepreneurs in developing markets. Afyong has received numerous accolades recognizing her entrepreneurial impact, including the Grand Prize for Women Agripreneur of the Year Award 2024 by AGRA. Join me in welcoming with a round of applause, Afyong Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I am very honored to be speaking in front of such a large crowd. And firstly, I'd like to just thank Pastor Poju for inviting me to this event. I must admit that I am a newbie to Covenant Nation and to the platform. I only started listening to Pastor Poju's messages this year, which is why I accepted so quickly. But I actually didn't know anything about the platform. And I got quite nervous when I asked, I was very surprised that he reached out to me and said, well, here's the event. And I said, okay, sir, please send me the topic of discussion. And I was like, he's like, no, you can talk about anything you want for 30 minutes. And he's like, whatever you're comfortable with. And I was like, I didn't know what to say because I'm not so comfortable just speaking off the cuff for 30 minutes. I'm comfortable with, answering questions about entrepreneurship, about my business. So this was a challenge to me and one that I don't take lightly. I also got quite nervous when my staff sent me my picture on a billboard, and I then went to research, the platform and what an esteemed kind of initiative it is. And for that, I'd like to thank you, Pastor Poju, for this initiative and for the work you're doing to spur, develop, and support entrepreneurs in Nigeria. I think I would like to start with a video which I sent prior, just to give some context to my talk today.
That's rooted in Nigeria, but everywhere in the world, again, to kind of really showcase what's the best thing about Nigeria, which is like we have this like crazy resiliency and people just think they can do everything and anything. And I want to prove that to the max. Be somebody who hopefully become like somebody who can build wealth, so I can also share that and give that, to make Nigeria better, or the people of Nigeria, let me say, better. So yeah, it's about a legacy of that my work and my sweat can kind of pay off into the future. And it's like a tree. When you plant a tree right now, it takes like 5 years to grow, but it keeps growing and producing for 70 years or 50 years. That's what I want my work to do, to be productive long after I'm gone, to continue to bear fruit like in the long term. So it's not just for now, it's for the future.
Thank you very much. If you could just show my slide, that will be the main topic of my speech today, which is planting trees you will not sit under, bearing fruit long into the future. And this is very important to me because of my own calling as an entrepreneur. I, like the moderator said, have been running Real Fruit for 14 years, even though I don't look a day over 25. I actually turned 40 this year, so I have been running this company for a very long time. And I believe that my calling is really to do something that, is not just for today, but really builds an industry and builds, fruit that other Nigerians and younger Nigerians will continue to reap from long after I'm done. If people don't know me, Real Fruit is a dried fruit snack company. I hope many of you do, because you should be my customers. We started off when Nigeria fruit was not a snack in Nigeria. Nobody knew about it. And, I came here with this mission to basically create enterprise, bring it to Nigeria. That was going to be my big win. But it turned out to be actually what would be a very, very long journey, but you're just driven by vision. So I want to start by saying that I'm going to just use the life of a mango tree as kind of the metaphor for my speech today. I'll be focusing on 4 stages, which is the planting season, the waiting years, the maturity, and the long harvest. If people don't really know, a mango tree is a gift that keeps on giving. And I do say it with some bias because obviously I'm in the fruit business, and mango is probably one of the best fruits in the world. But it is truly remarkable. As somebody already stated, the best time to plant a tree, as they say, was 20 years ago, and the next best time is now. When you plant a mango seed today, the work begins immediately. You prepare the soil, you water it, you fertilize it, you monitor, you prune, you treat for pests, and you nurture and grow, and that's a constant. All of this demands your time, your money, and attention, but you'll have nothing to show for it for the first 5 to 8 years. A mango tree does not bear fruit till year number 5, and if you are a farmer planting for income, you'll wait 5 years for no return. But then something shifts. If you've planted and nurtured your tree right, it will begin to produce. And once a mango tree matures, and once it's gone deep enough into the ground, wide enough in its canopy, and strong enough in its trunk, it will start to bear fruit. A healthy mango tree can produce food for up to 70 years. That's 70 years of harvest from one act of planting and continued nurturing. The person who planted it will enjoy of its fruit. Their children and their grandchildren will bear and earn from the harvest. But no matter what, you will get a harvest season after season, come rain or shine. And this is the kind of vision that I want to charge Nigerian builders of today, that we need to be builders who plant trees, who make decisions not for this quarter, not for this decade, but for the Nigeria that exists in 2025, even 2075, 2095, and beyond. people who build knowing that they may never see the full harvest of what they started. This is the charge I'm bringing to entrepreneurs today. And it's really authentic to me because this is the journey I'm on. I really believe that I'm building for the long term. And I think that more Nigerians and more Nigerian entrepreneurs need to be building with a long-term horizon. And that's why my speech today is titled, Plant Trees You May Never Sit Under. So I'll go into the planting season. Of course, it starts with the first decision, which is about deciding to plant. And that's the most consequential decision you will make. So for people here, it's about deciding to start your business, deciding to start in the path that you're going to walk on. And everything that follows, follows because you've taken a decision. When you plant, where you plant, and why you plant. In Nigeria today, a lot of business decisions are guided by short-term thinking. And I'm not saying this to really be critical. The pressure is real. An entrepreneur is managing an unstable macroeconomic environment. Since I've come to Nigeria, the Naira has devalued over 100%, like 5 times in my 14 years. So I'm speaking from experience. We're building in a very hostile environment. We're marred by high operating costs and a market itself that's under economic pressure. This can cause a lot of demoralization and also just cause people to think of the now. How do I not lose today? How do I protect what I have today? It just kind of makes your horizon smaller, in my opinion. The entrepreneur who is thinking short-term and planning short-term builds differently from the entrepreneur who plans with a 50-year horizon. Not just strategically, but fundamentally. And this shows up in what they sacrifice, what they invest in, even in their mindset and acceptance about how long it will take. I'll share a funny story about my second year in business. I was talking to a friend who had a cashew factory, and he said, it took him 5 years to get his factory. And immediately in my heart, I said, God forbid, it'll never take me 5 years. If it's taking me 5 years, then something is wrong. But it took me 10. I only, was able to get a commercial factory in 2022, and we started operating it in 2024. So 10 years of waiting, 10 years of building, and just trying to survive meant that I had to really have a mindset and accepting that it was going to take the time it took for me to realize the vision I had. Entrepreneurs who build in the long term are honest about their odds of success. And they're also honest that their work might never have a payoff. This is the truth. It's not a scenario. It's actually the statistical reality. We all know the, failure rates of entrepreneurship. Most of us operating in Nigeria have the odds stacked against us, but we must persist. We must build with optimism that we are seeding the roots of industry that will pay beyond us. This is very, very dear and personal to me because I believe that enterprise and business is the only way to develop Nigeria and Africa and just fast-track our development and get us out of poverty. So we do need builders. We do need entrepreneurs, but we need builders with a long-term vision, and we need builders who are willing to do what it takes and take the time that it takes to build the kind of solid-rooted businesses that will continue to deliver everywhere around me. I'm not the best saleswoman, so I always used to kind of shrink at that question. But, I was persistent. There was no market that was evident, but I decided to keep planting. For me, this was not about me. It was about a vision. It was about a goal that I had, a vision of a company with a large factory whose snacks would be all over Nigeria, serving customers around the world. So even when I was told, why would I eat your product? I'd already seen it, and that was my why. And so that drove me even through all the periods of uncertainty and of doubt. So deciding to plant is very, very important. If we move on to the waiting years, the 5 to 8 years without, it's certainly not producing any fruit. It's not impressive. You can't really show its potential to people. But obviously, what's happening is happening underneath. The root system is going deep, and it is finding water. It's anchoring itself against storms, and it's kind of building its internal infrastructure that will make, that will basically help it hold as it grows. But these are times when it looks like on the outside working, even though it may not be showing. For us at Real Food, it was desperately trying to build a market. It was understanding our industry better than anybody, understanding our customer. It was building a distribution network because nobody was going to distribute dried fruit snacks. It was going to remote regions in Nigeria. It was going from one, trial to the other, taking risks like listing our products on Amazon. We started a farm in Kaduna. We launched a 100 Naira product that failed miserably. By 7 years of running Real Food, I wasn't even sure that we had a market. I was, wondering if all this toiling was going to get us somewhere. And, I still had this vision that I wanted us to build this commercial factory. But there were so many things that just did not seem clear. I realize now that, our business was taking root. What we had and what I was building, canopy. Thank you. So when a mango tree reaches maturity, it does something beyond producing fruit. It gives people shade, wide enough for birds and insects to shelter in. And it's building ecosystems that didn't exist before the tree did. My vision for starting Real Food started with a desire to solve youth unemployment, a factory to create as many jobs for people. But while going through the process of building, that vision has expanded greatly. I've operated within my value chain, and I see more problems to solve as opportunities to create further impact. This is the canopy that my business is building. We now have our supply chain across 4 countries. We work with other small businesses. We, share our knowledge about, fruit industry. We mentor, and we create opportunities for others. I think this is the more important aspect of the wider ecosystem. In whatever value chain you're doing, you can really see how your business can really begin to spread tentacles that provide value from others. I will say that I didn't build the business alone, obviously. It was very difficult and challenging, but like previous people have said, we talked about destiny helpers. Being on your path and staying resolute to your vision really does bring people around you. They bring people along your way, your friends, your family, investors. People show up, and they do this because they see something in you, which is somebody who is resolute, someone who is executing to a vision, and somebody who proves that they have the resiliency to build a business. For me, I don't want to know about what's happening in the world. I don't want to know about what's happening in Nigeria anymore. And this was also because, I kept seeing cycles of problems and challenges repeat itself. And I kind of, after a while, decided that, not even decided, I felt kind of pulled to kind of walk back that idea that I should not, if I'm fortunate enough to build a business and survive all of these things, I should be open enough to do more. I should be open enough not just to share my knowledge, but to be a solution, be somebody who proffers solutions. I should be somebody who takes on more challenges, not retreats from them. I should be somebody who engages, not retreats, because it's easy to say, well, let me survive and let, the rest figure themselves out. So that just, really empowered me to look at how much more in my value chain I could develop. And there are lots of problems in my value chain. If I started talking about them, we'd be here forever. But I will say that I am even more energetic about solving these problems, because I don't think these problems just, help me. They help the ecosystem. They help Nigeria. They help the people of Nigeria. And for me, that's much more important, I would say, than my own comfort. So I'll move on to the long harvest, the upside. Having 70 years of fruit after you've planted and you've toiled and toiled. As I said, a mango tree that's well planted and well tended through can be productive for 70 years. It will bear fruit season after season, even no matter the conditions. I think about even the farmers in my supply chain. If people do not plant mangoes, 30, 40 years ago, I wouldn't be in business today. There would be no raw material for me to basically create the business and the industry I've created. And that really, propels me to say, what am I doing for the future? What am I leaving for the future cadre of entrepreneurs? And even the people who will eventually see the opportunity to come into the fruit value chain. It's important that we think and we act and we run our businesses, not just with us in mind, but with that long-term future in mind. We obviously have taken our fruit that is grown locally and we now sell it globally. This fruit that, somebody in a rural area planted in Kaduna, in Jos, in Niger State, is now on the shelves in the US, in the UK, in Netherlands, Canada, and South Africa. This is our harvest from somebody's sweat. Our responsibility is to create trees for the future generation. So, if you plant a business today, and by plant I mean build, with purpose, with the systems, and with the long term in mind, it will certainly bear fruit, and it will produce fruit that you and others can enjoy. When we think of the future of Nigeria, it might seem unimaginable to us. We don't know what it would look like, what problems it would face, what opportunities it will have. But I think we can be sure that we are able to shape, and by us, I mean the builders and the entrepreneurs of today, we can shape the country by what we decide to build and how we decide to build. Nigeria is the youngest population on earth. The reason I started my company was because I learned that, 3 million jobs are created for 13 million young people coming into the workforce every year on the continent. And for me, that just expands, it really blows my mind when I think of if we're a population of 400 people with young people seeking opportunity, this generation of builders who can really make a dent and take the charge to do that. Real fruit is one tree, but one tree does not make a forest. I think a forest begins with one person deciding to plant and obviously more people joining along. So my charge to entrepreneurs today is that even though it is difficult, even though you have the odds stacked against you, even though the market is challenging, I think it's a worthy pursuit to build for the future. I think it's a worthy pursuit to take a long-term view. I think it's very worthy to aim to plant trees that you may never sit under. A society grace to tend to those trees in the years when it is long and hard. Give us the generosity to grow for others, and let the harvest of what we build bear fruit for Nigeria long into the future. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you. A round of applause, please. Let's keep clapping. God give us the generosity to plant trees that we will not sit under. I think that's very important. Thank you for that. Conversations going, and don't forget our hashtag is the platform ideas. Now we move into the future of work, where ideas are not just created, they are monetized. This is a voice shaping a new generation where skills are currency and knowledge must produce results. Nancy Ogwenwosu is a digital marketing strategist, educator, and social impact leader, redefining how Africans translate digital skills into real income and opportunity. She's the founder of the Business of Social Media Marketing Academy, where she has trained over 1,000 young Africans in AI-powered marketing, content strategy, and digital business systems. With a master's degree in digital marketing analytics, her work focuses on practical execution, helping individuals move from learning to earning in the global digital economy. Beyond business, she is also committed to social impact, supporting vulnerable communities and expanding access to opportunity. Nancy represents a new generation of execution, where knowledge becomes income and ideas become.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon. I'm well aware that there's a number of people online watching us today. So to everyone online, good afternoon. My slides must work today in Jesus' name. Somebody say amen. Ogidi people will not see me, neither will Agulu people. Amen. Okay. I want to thank Pastor Koju so much for bringing me here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Pastor Toyin. Because I know, some of these things, he will mention it. Pastor Toyin will say, who is that girl? Let me see her. No. She has not been behaving well. I know her from the women's salon. You don't know that part of her. But she was able to say, no, she's a good girl. And here I am today. Thank you so much, sir. So there's a hold, correct? Sister, the bootcamp didn't hold. You guys moved it to 2023. Yes. In 2022, I applied for the bootcamp. And I was accepted. And in 2023, April 24th, I left Nigeria. So in 2023, they sent the emails first to the people they accepted the year before and said, we are holding it this year. Please, we are telling you guys first. And I responded and I said, unfortunately, I won't be able to attend anymore. I'm out of the country. So if you're sitting in this room and you feel like it's magic that is happening here, I want you to know that I'm a testament of growth, that the same person who wanted to be in this boot camp where you're being given 150 million naira is now standing here today as a speaker. So thank you, sir. Today, I'm a teacher. I teach. I run the business. Beautiful. I want you to open that phone, and I need you to go on Google. And when you get to Google, I want you to do something very simple. I prayed over these slides, so it better work. All right. So Google prompts. Who is Nancy? Well, that's my name. Put your own. Who is Nancy? So put your name where mine is. And I want you to choose the AI overview answer. And look at the answer you see there. Is it something that describes you properly? I'm going to give you a minute. A minute. Do you have your name? Does it describe you accurately? Precisely? Yes or no? Yes or no? Everybody, yes. Where are the no's? Give the Lord a wiper now. Don't be shy. Leave these yes people. Don't mind them. Right now, creating job opportunities across the world. 2023, I was very niche in marketing. I was doing launch strategy for personal brands and digital products who wanted to go online and make profit from their presence and their products. And I would have founders come to me. These are people who are doing well offline. The John Alamus of the world, even though these founders I was working with were not 33. Nancy, I am experienced. I have the money, I have the capacity, I have the results, but I have nothing to show for it when you look for me online. So take me online. And I would Google them, and we'll find absolutely nothing. And some of the things we will find will not be anywhere close to what they really did. So it showed us one thing. Everybody already exists online. The question is how. So if you're not the one curating your digital footprints, I want you to understand that it's being curated from the things you comment on, the silly posts you make, your football banter, the algorithm is aggregating all of it to form an opinion about you that may not be accurate. So at the end of this session today, I will be empowering you on how to correct that and maybe build a profitable business at the end of the day. Let's see if we achieve that in 24 minutes. How did we fare with that idea? I would know what I was doing because execution was poor, even though ideation was great. So I went back to the board. And one morning, I got so frustrated. I had 7 clients at the time, paying you so much in dollars, looking for results, and you're telling them the team is not working well. So out of frustration, I went to my Instagram and I said, I am looking to hire social. Okay, can you hear me? Thank you very much. I lost about 4 minutes on the timer. Someone please work on that. Thank you. Yes. Where were we? Employing who? Good. So we started the employment process. I posted that on Instagram, and in 24 hours, we had 870 applications. Medium-sized businesses across different continents of the world. I have seen 5 markers that make for brands and businesses that succeed online. And this afternoon, I want to hand them to you. Before I give you those markers, I want you to understand that according to research, Nigeria has the highest rate of brand discovery on social media in the entire world. 67% of Nigerians discover new brands through social media. Not a referral, not an ad like you thought, just online. So if I'm asking you to pay attention to me today, it is of utmost importance, okay? The last time the market was disrupted today, which is social media as a tool for market disruption. Does anybody know the money? Oh, Money Point just left, so no point of telling you. You know him. So he's doing 412 trillion in 2025 alone. Did anybody see the Apple Shot on iPhone campaign? It did 25 million views in over 24 hours. Does anybody know this business? Amoke Oge. Amala people. It went online, on social media, and on the app that was being used for this delivery, and it did 2.3 billion naira in 1 year. Does anybody know this? What's the movie? Who is the lead actress? It did over 1 billion naira last year into January at the cinema just through the power of social media marketing. So today, when I show you the different markers, I want you to think of the brands that come to mind, but most importantly, I want you to think of yourself. Because you also can make this impact leveraging social media if you understood these markers and how to use them. What are the 5 markers of successful online brands? Number 1 is indoctrination. Every single time you've scrolled your Instagram, your Facebook, someone has indoctrinated you on something. I started listening to most of the speakers here when I saw the flyer, well, apart from my big brother, Vuzi. Every single one of you has said something that made me change my mind on how I run my business, how I employ people, and how I operate as an individual. These are the people and accounts that make you think. They challenge you. They challenge how you think. They introduce you to a new way of thinking. The content that you consume from them does not just inform, it gives you a practical new ideology. So you start to think like that. You start to repost their ideas. You become the carrier of their message. And as I'm saying it, a particular brand is going to be coming to your mind, whether it's a personal or a business brand. That could be you too. The second thing that you really want to start paying attention to are the brands that inspire you. Inspiration online is a tool that people need to dive deep inside, because with this tool, we have driven sales of services, of products, and results and conversion for different brands. So the second marker of brands I've seen that succeed online are the brands that inspire us. They tell stories. They share the journey, the struggle, the setback, the comeback. The content makes you feel like you need to become more. You remember the video you watched with the emotional soundtrack. Yes, we do very well with the editing, to get your emotions working together the way we want it. But it makes you feel like everything is possible. Like you leave their pages feeling like, I can do more. That is a marker for growth. I want you to think about the woman who is documenting a journey with a baby on her back. And I will never forget this one. She sells stockfish. And one of the days I saw her video online, she had women in the backyard tying up the stockfish with their children on their backs. And look at me as an ambassador going to my WhatsApp to go and talk about the importance of stockfish and why people need to buy it that day. If it had that effect on me, what of other people? And that takes me to the next point, which is advocacy. These are the brands that you defend in comment sections you were never tagged in. Nobody asks you, but they defend them. Your fave. These are the brands you recommend to your village people. Their name comes up every time somebody says, do you know anybody who does XYZ? The reason why you are thinking that way is because attention is expensive. It is one of the valuable things that social media can build for you. And the last point, the last marker I want you to be aware of before we go to sales, which is what many of you do at the beginning, is the marker we call awareness. You see the accounts everywhere. These people show up everywhere. They're like bedbugs. You're not even sure when you started following them. You cannot remember the first post you saw. But every time their name comes up, you know it, because you know that they're about to give you some quality information. They break down complex things. They add value to your life. They add value to your business. They are quoting data from Korea. And even without opening Google, you are like in agreement, yes, because they cannot lie. They do the work. They sabi this thing. Yes. What they are doing is bringing you to a higher level of awareness and making your human condition better. Not because of one viral post, because they showed up so consistently for so long that now you have become familiar with them. Because online, familiarity builds trust. Marker number 5. This is the last, but people do it first. So you show up online and you're selling and you're selling and you're selling, and you're wondering why people are not buying. It's because you've not done 1 to 4. And if you miss 1 to 4, 5 is always a struggle. So if you're struggling with 5, I hope you got 1 to 4. Now let's get into 5. I see people avoid this selling conversation a lot, and I don't know why, because for me, I like money. I'm an Igbo girl. If you're not talking money, I don't know what you're talking. You know, whenever we sit to talk business, business goes with hand in hand. Across these 4 markers, I've removed selling. I want you to look at every single one of them and look at the one that fits into your personality the most. Because what you do is you try to sound like Nancy online. You try to sound like Eric online, forgetting that you are you. And there's something unique about you that the market will gravitate towards. The reason people gravitate towards me, they find me magnetic, is because I am originally myself. So pick any of this. You can do a combination of all of them, but one has to be higher than the other. Find your strength in there. Do your SWOT analysis. And a tool for just entertainment. A speaker already spoke to that. I don't want to go further in there. It's a tool for disruption. It changes minds. It changes perceptions. It disrupts markets. And when I say it disrupts markets, a certain founder I worked with comes to mind. We sold a digital product in 3 weeks, and we did $25,000 in Nigeria with no international audience. She has introduced me to almost all her friends. If she could wake up her ancestors and introduce me to them too, she would. But that is the power of social media when you do it right. Whether you're selling yourself as a personal brand or you're selling a business. So where do you start? I've gone to a lot of gatherings. They give you nice talk. Bambuzu, daduzu, meguaya to perspire. You go home, you read your notes, you're confused, you're convoluted. A big video right now. Let's start somewhere. Don't worry, I simplified it. Build a formidable digital footprint. The moment I saw this flyer, I Googled every single person. In fact, I went to ChatGPT and I said, pull all available online data and tell me who these people are. And he did. And when it was done, I read through it, and I remembered I had met you at an economy event 2 years ago, and I didn't remember. It was this that told me that, because I put it online. Every employer that will employ you will do this thing we just did today, a very simple Google search. Before any company funds you, any investor, they will do this research. So build a formidable digital footprint. If you doubt me, Google my name, your father. Put my name on your Google search. Then if God wants to catch you, if you see my ad, click on it. You will see me in your dreams. Because I am very intentional about it. Already said that. So the question is whether you are building for or against you. For entrepreneurs, silence online is not, I'm being neutral. No. To your market, you are irrelevant. I understand the need for privacy for some people. You know, there are people that work with the FBI, but they also want to make money. So there's that struggle. I don't want people to know it's me. And there are people that are working in offices and are doing almost what the office is doing, so they're hiding. Whatever your case is, please be visible. Make your business visible. Okay? Number 2, build clear offers. Is that the offer? Yes, that's number 2. Confusion kills conversion. If you're not clear, people don't know what you do. There was a stage in my life where people used the word hustle. Oh, Nancy, we are hustling. And I'm like, yeah, we are hustling. Let's go hustle. It was a good word until the day I started with the dictionary to understand what hustle means. It's a very bad thing to do. But some of you are, we are hustling. Babe, let's go. I know they hustle with you. I beg. They go front. The moment you become clear about what you do, you will see your own value and hustle will end because people will reward your value because it's a need for them. So please build clear offers. Social media does not fail businesses. Unclear businesses fail on social media. Does anybody know this product in the picture? Who is that? I heard it here. Who? What did you call it? Thank you very much. Yoruba people in the room, please forgive me, I will murder the name. I grew up in a local town called Ogiri. Part of my growing up was there in Anambra State. And I grew up with my great-grandparents, then my grandparents, then moved to my mom's and all of that. So it was a beautiful upbringing. So if you grew up around that area, wave at me. Want to do an experiment now? Okay. This product, when I was young, was sold in a van, a minibus. And they will put this speaker, which by now, as an adult, if I saw them, I would have arrested them with the police for noise pollution. But they'll put that annoying speaker at the back and open the trunk. And then you'll hear. So anything I say, just call and response. Bobo Nishi, okay? Agreed? You said we're a good classroom today, right? All right. This product cures everything and anything. So turn to the person sitting next to you and say, don't be a gbogbo nishe. Please, I'm begging you, build clear offers. Don't be confusing. Be clear. And if you're not selling anything, you are a brand. Be clear about what you do so people can buy into you. Not today, you sample, you wear construction coats. You say, off to work. Tomorrow, you wear lab coats, off to work. Brother, you be engineer, abi you be doctor. Which one you did? And it's funny because little by little, we are telling young people to do all things, and it's wrong, right? You know that language of, bring the work, now me go tell you the one where I know they. At the early stage of your life, being a generalist sounds nice. But if you want to make it, if you want to sit in positions where people call the shots, be a specialist. Be known for one thing. If they bring me and you in a room today to deploy African talents when it comes to the specialty of marketing, and you come in with your degree from Harvard, your father from whoever, and I stand in that room, you will go home. No, my dear. You understand my point? Because I'm very clear about the brand that I am. So this is not just for products, it's for personal brands as well. Build a clear brand identity. What do you do? To answer this question, if you tell me, Coach Nancy, Coach Nancy, you don't even know. Tell me, what do you do? So, I'm actually a professional HR professional. Mm-hmm. But in terms of marketing, Coach Nancy, I also manage social media pages. And my mother owns a cassava plant. So we do catfish farming and cassava farming in the evening. So anyhow you need it, Coach Nancy, I'm your person. When I stand in a room and somebody needs professional HR service, do you think I'll call you? No, answer me now. Will I call you? What do you do? This question, when my mentor asked me this question in 2018, when I met her in Enugu for the first time, it took me 2 weeks to answer it. Because when she asked me the question, I was a final year student. I was doing MCing by the side. I was doing school full-time. I was selling men's shirts part-time. I was doing beats and gele partial time. And I was selling Zobo when they play football in the evening to the boys, mini time. And because all of them, I don't hustle. When I tell you avoid hustle, I'm not here to make to perspire you. Go and listen to motivational speech on YouTube. I don't date the streets with you now. I don't leave them. I say I know they do again. And since I left it, my life is better. So I'm asking you to please leave it too. When I came back to her, I was honest. I said, Ma, I don't know what I do. And I listed all the 8 things I was doing. and all of them that were bringing me money. And she sat me down and said, let's draw. Give me a paper. How much did the bid and Gele do this month? Guess what? There was no profit. How much did the Zobo do this month? The Zobo one was worse. The shirt business, how much did you do? People were still owing me. So around it. So I know you're doing a lot of things because you go parents now. Person go chop now. The boss gas chase fine girls now. And you're broke, you're chasing. God will help you. Who do you do it for? When you clarify what you do, clarify also who you do it for. I don't work with broke brands. Members of my staff know. So you send an inquiry, somebody gets on a discovery call with you. Part of the things you fill in our questionnaire is how much does your business make annually? Give us an estimate if you don't know. Some people don't know their break-even points. There's a figure you put there. You will never see me on the call. Somebody will be, they're very nice. They will not shout at you. You just know that. They know that this person cannot afford us. But it's because we know who we do it for. So who do you serve? Entrepreneurs. Do you know the woman selling akara and this thing down the street? She's an entrepreneur. Anybody that can trade, can give you a product or a service in exchange for your money. That's entrepreneurship, nah? To an extent, Abi. Let's forget self-employed and all those ones going in depth. So who do you serve? What is your unique way of solving their problems? This is your unique selling point. I'm not the only marketing strategist alive. I'm not the only digital marketing consultant. But why do my clients want to stay with me? Because I know my USP. I won't tell you. Somebody like Mr. John Alamuna that does not innovate, he will copy. So, let me carry my own and be going. That video they did with you, I will go and watch it and copy you. You will see something. What do people feel when they encounter you online? Do they feel inspired? Are they informed? Are they challenged? Or are they blank? Please be very clear. Do you want to run a personal page or a business page? People buy from people before they buy from brands. So many of you hide behind your logos. Like 5 years ago, I used to do Instagram revamp, Facebook revamp, and you see one stupid logo from Canva, and the person pays you 50,000. But that one that paid me 50K wants to kill me. Entrepreneurs, you are the brand before your brand exists. Trust. Personal pages build trust, relatability, and reach. Business pages build credibility, social proof, and conversion. They work hand in hand. Go to Pastor Poju's page. The Instagram of Pastor Poju and the Instagram of the passion is not enough data for building a thriving business online. Don't be a consistency theater. I'm sorry I'm shattering a lot of things your faves are telling you. Just show up. Set up that camera. Put the tripod. Set the light. Show up. I got this by showing up. I see, they're not telling you the truth. You show up and you talk nonsense for a long time. You tell people not to pay attention to you. If you must show up with value, show up with understanding of self, and show up knowing exactly why you're showing up. Digital footprints are very hard to erase. Be intentional about what you're creating. Don't come and twerk online. Karen, let me leave you people alone. I'll deal with that inside the academy. Do not sell before you have built trust. I know you're desperate, you need money, but build trust first. Get people to start responding to you. Get the questions in the DM. Understand the pain points. Understand which of the things you're saying they're interested in. Then solve their problem. Don't sell a product. Sell a solution. If I'm having a headache and you give me Panadol, will I ask you the price? Answer me now. What will I do? Pay you. Because I'm not seeing a product, I'm seeing a solution. So sell solutions. Don't copy what works for someone else. Don't be a copycat, okay? Trends are not strategies. What worked for a 22-year-old will not work for a 46-year-old executive. But online, people are doing it. So the one that is working now is when people shake bomb to sell their wigs. Since you're running will your guy shake bomb online? that's not actually selling. Choose one platform first, your primary platform. Get results from there. Go to where your audience lives, find their demography. Don't try to win these. But today I want you to consider being a disruptor in your own market. It can start with one person in this room, one founder, one employee who decided to show up differently. Remember that before you use the 4 markers. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for being a good audience, and I'll see you all later.
So let's be intentional about what we're putting online. Your reputation is being created, so either you're doing it passively or you will do it actively. Now let's quickly go into something deeper, not just about starting businesses, but sustaining them across decades. This next speaker represents experience, resilience, and multi-sector execution, the kind that only time and discipline can build. Sinari Bolade Daranijo is a distinguished entrepreneur, investor, and business leader with over 3 decades of experience building ventures across technology, telecommunications, manufacturing, security, oil and gas, and export trade. He's the CEO of Symbol Group, a diversified enterprise with multiple business interests, and serves on the board of trustees of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, supporting thousands of entrepreneurs and small businesses across Lagos State. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Sinari Danjo. Thank you, sir.
It has been globally celebrated that ideas rule the world. It's not simply about ideas. It's how to make ideas happen, right? So let's give a thank you to, where's Pastor Pojus? Let's say thank you to the platform for giving us this opportunity to speak today. And let's move our bodies a little bit. We've been sitting down for about 4 or 5 hours. Let's move our bodies. Let's move. Stand up and move a bit. Hello. It's been a couple of hours. Thank you, Pastor Kwoju. Where is he? Because I've been quietly, the small ones are running. Some failed. But at least we have 10 that have scaled. I'm not going to mention the businesses unless I would. I'll give you stories. Today, I'm actually going to just tell you stories. Everybody has said everything on ideas, entrepreneurship, and whatever. I'm here. My speech this morning is directed at 3 segments. 1, to the young people, to those who want to make ideas happen, and to those who would like to impact their communities. The second set of people will be the entrepreneurs and business owners who want to scale and who want to take their businesses to sustainability, stability and sustainability. And the third that I'm speaking to today, policymakers, decision makers, who provide the environment for us. Yes, we've all been speaking about businesses, how we scale, what we do and all that. But today, I want to take us a bit further. One of the biggest challenges of people living in Africa is that we all want to follow the rules and teachings of the business school. Who created the syllabus of the business school? It's not Africa. Our platform, our environment here is completely different. I'll tell you for free, Africa is a survivor's den. Do the entrepreneurs agree with me? There's no structure. There's nothing. When did we start going out to reach out for grants? It's only when we went into tech a few years ago. There was no structure. There was no extra money. So you had to grow. Not all ideas are. Some ideas are for impact. Some ideas don't even happen. A lot of us get ideas that we don't implement. Why? Because if you don't implement that idea on time, you will see 10 other people saying the same thing that you're trying to do. Basically, turning an idea into a commercially viable venture takes guts, it takes resilience, faith, and the ability to see it to fruition. So talking to young people here, it's not that easy. It's not everybody that has an idea that necessarily needs to be a businessman. And please, entrepreneurship is not for babies. It's for people who are ready and set to run the race. You heard my sister talking about waiting 5 years for the mango tree to grow. That speaks to a lot of businesses as well. You have to grow it, nurture it before you get to the point of reaping. Now to the young people again. Money is not free. Money is not available without value exchange. If you have nothing to exchange, you ain't going to get a penny of my money. And people who have suffered for their money, they're not going to give you a penny. You must create value. You must either be a problem solver or a solution provider. In the process of waiting and growing, you need to keep it simple. Build your skills. Build your skills. Get extra skills to what you studied at school. Build your knowledge. Get some experience. And create a network. Because eventually, apart from your friends, family, and neighbors, your network will become your net worth. Correct? So, I would say to you, start small, keep it simple, and grow. I enjoyed doing business as a natural entrepreneur. What I found out very early in business was that the bottom of the ladder was the most profitable. We sit here, talk about raising funds, yes, that's another level, that's what's happening now. But let's go to where all of you can reach. Where can you start from? What can happen? What can you do? What kind of businesses can you do as someone who has zero naira? Problem with ideas is that, one, if your idea cannot solve a problem, and it cannot provide a solution, and it cannot help other people, money is not going to follow it. I'll give you a little story. Sometime, some couple of years ago, 10, 20 years ago, I was going to get a microfinance bank license, and I said, before we get this license, let's even check what's happening at the bottom of the ladder. 5 women. Do you know those women that carry buckets, that cook rice and stuff in it? What do they call them? I don't know what they call them. I just saw them sitting, so I thought these people would need help. Let's speak to them. Anyway, they carry buckets and they look for viable locations to sit down. And I just used to see a crowd of Okadas and people running around them every evening. They had a large crowd buying stuff from them. 20,000 to each woman. Every evening, my PA would go there and collect 10,000 from them. Apparently, that's whatever that business was. It was giving 100% a day. 100%. They were getting about 40, 42, 45,000. So my PA goes there and picks up 10,000 from each of them. And they, because of financial illiteracy, they thought they were paying us back what we invested in them. So we 25 to 30,000. When they get home, the husband will take 5,000, go and drink beer and pepper soup. The children will take money and go and rock it in school the next day. So they remain poor forever. Now, how do you get out of poverty? I'm just saying, this is just 20,000. At the end of the month, I invited them all over to my office and said, so how have they done? They said, they've done okay, that they can now return my 20,000, blah, blah, blah. I said, but we're collecting money from you. We think in our interest. I said, no. All the money I collected was for you. Guess what it was? 200,000 times 5. What's that? 1 million naira. That's what I had. Now, I had a choice. Either to be, if I wasn't doing that, these opportunities are still there. They're looking at you, they're staring at all of you, and you're seeing it, but you're not checking it out. That's the point. Financial education is very important. The art of being able to save, which I will come to again when as I go ahead to speak to young people. One of the other businesses I did was from zero to cash. That had been my principle. I knew, look, there was no money anywhere, but we're going to make this money. Look around and find solutions and find problems. One day I walked into two things I did. One failed with First Bank. The second one went right. This was early in the days. I walked into a bank and said, why is there so many people here? There was disorder in the banking hall. There were so many people fighting to get their money. And they gave them something called a token, a tally number. I don't know if anybody knows that here. and I said, but these guys could actually kill this, organize it, and then people could just wait for their numbers and all that. But hey, by the time I got to the people who would buy the product from me, they started printing checkbooks. And they said they were going to give checkbooks to the high net worth individuals. So I said, what can we do? Okay, let's add value. So we started producing leather and plastic covers for checkbooks and took it to all the banks. Just a start. The first bank I introduced it to, we branded it, we showed them. And before I knew it, we were doing 100,000 copies. Little streams of income, but they grow. At that time, we're making money from all angles. So if you say, I can tell you many examples. As I grew into business, I imported car alarms at one point, and I was talking to car dealers who used to call me every week to come and install car alarms in their cars. I don't know who knows about car alarms. But anyway, today you have automatic car alarms. Those days they were all manual cars, and you had to upgrade it to get it to electrical. And after like a week or two, after about 2-3 months, I realized that I hadn't sold a lot of these things. But there was a particular set of boys that used to come every Friday. They buy between 5 and 10 pieces and they go. So I now called and I said, come, you bought about 120 of these things for me. Where do you sell them? The guy said, guy, you go follow us, go our market. So I said, I said, Dumota. Trust me, man. I got to Dumota on a Monday. On a Friday, I had sold 500 pieces. I saw every aspect of the MBA I led to university practicalized there, live. Negotiation skills, haggling, marketing, everything was going on live there. In 1 week, I sold 500 units of that. People coming from Cotonou, from all over West Africa to buy those things. So, I'm not your usual entrepreneur. I'm a successful ideas implementer at whatever scale. If it can turn to money, we will do it. As long as I'm not killing people, I'm not doing anything negative. Yes, so living in a country where survival was and is still key, I had to go with the flow at times. There was a lot of policy changes, a lot of regime changes. You start doing this, and the next thing they ban it. The next thing, foreign exchange moves on you. You can't import, you can't export. Things just go crazy. So you have to create, you have to innovate, think, implement, and prosper. How do you survive in an environment without structure? We didn't get one bank loan growing our businesses. We grew everything from raw money. From zero to cash, we were building. I wrote a book recently called Unlocking the Genius Within. I've learned since writing it that genius is not enough execution. It's multiple streams of income coupled with passive investments that can enable assured stability and sustainability. It demands discipline and the right foundation. So 1, seek structure and value exchange early in your business. 2, start building passive income as you grow. My experience with passive income shows that as you grow your business, these little drops that you throw on the side might be your savior or your collateral in future. The biggest mistakes entrepreneurs make is putting money back into their businesses, onto their failed businesses until it crashes. Then that's how you borrow someone 1 million naira and they come back 3 weeks later or 2 months later and say, oh God, the money has disappeared. I don't know how. What do you mean money disappeared? Because you didn't know when to stop. My core areas of investment as I grow in business was 1, real estate. You can't miss it with real estate. 2, stocks and shares with knowledge. Make sure nobody just tells you invest in this one because The people who control the stocks and shares sit behind the room. You must understand where you're putting your money and also when you're getting out. Don't put your money in any stock and share and go and sleep. Don't sleep, oh. By the time you sleep, they've cleared the money they want. Everybody's shouting. There's one particular share, everybody's shouting. When it comes out, you must know, what's your business? You buy a refinery. You better use your money well. Go and do your stuff. But at least it showed that 20,000 could grow. Real estate, you can't miss it. Every real estate investment I put my money in has not only doubled, it has quadrupled, it has, I don't know what to say. And I don't buy finished properties. I buy properties from scratch or land. Because you'll be amazed at the percentage increase that you get. An easy example was some land I bought in Ekpe recently, 1.2 million each in 2022. Today, each plot is 18 million. What have I done since 2022? So who told you that some of you cannot put 1.2 million down? At that SME level, you're not going to get any money to keep. What has moved me from M to B today is real estate. If you value my assets, that's the pride that I used to tell you, yeah, I'm one of the people of the B level. Walk all the way down to the chain. So we have like over 100 people who are indebted and work with the business all the time. 5%, you have to be careful. So I've not been able to do that commodity trading thing where they say they will go and bring something from the north and it'll be 2% and they'll do it 5 times before it becomes 10%. I'm not touching that. That's not for me. But Elconsel now became the equipment supplier for most of the businesses growing at that time. The South African business, what were they called? The Zimbabwean business, all of them, Econet, MTN. We were supplying them antennas, we were supplying them radios, and we're getting very high-value LPOs. Today, we run an organization that provides solutions for government in the telecom system. That's a call center. We manage the emergency response call center for the state government. And with that, we have about 500 to 700 plus staff that work directly with us. We're a small business. We're a very small business. So, personally, I invest in businesses and I earn my money in trickles. So I probably have like 20 or 30 sources of income. So whoever taught me in MBA school to say, focus on how to make tire, chair and oversee. And I'm in a lot of different boards. So my income comes from several. So if you ask me a question, what do you do? What did she say now? I'm an entrepreneur. I'll say I'm unemployed. I do have work. So don't ask me that kind of question. What do you do? How? I sell nothing. But I pay salaries to 700 people a month. So that's enough impact in the society. So guys, I hope you've taken out what I've just said. Basically, to entrepreneurs, growing and scaling, keep something aside. Because one day, that which you kept aside, I remember one of the speakers, someone was talking about how he kept money in shares and had to sell those stocks. Yeah? And sometimes you might need to use them to buffer your business because you could lose money in business anytime. You are risk-taking. No matter how big your business is, one small push. You can see how the chief of businesses came out on TV and started shouting when they wanted to show you paper. Aliko, you said, oh, guy, you didn't talk for TV. You say, I go talk, they won't kill me. I spoke out. It's not easy for entrepreneurs, man. It's not for babies. It's tough. It is, oh. So basically, I hope my small points, I'm not going to delve into what an idea is, but you need to be able to make your idea happen. And you need to know that scaling in this environment requires more than ambition. And you need to ensure that you are targeted towards stability and sustainability. Don't ever forget those two words when you are building a business. And also, very early in your business, make sure you structure. Structure early. So, what else? I cannot even tell you everything I've done. I've exported brooms to London, Ibale. I've exported yams to Spitalfield markets in London. I've exported charcoal. I've exported timber to Italy. door and window frames. They are looking for it. I explained, I went there to sit down. I got my money. 200% profit, not small cash. You must always have running money. Your structures are set, they're running, but everybody cannot be like me. I'm just a chronic entrepreneur. I just love to invest and, I don't know how to bid for a grant or stand before investors to ask for 100 billion. I don't know how to go debit before. I don't know how to go debit to credit, not credit and back to debit. Because I saw a lot of businesses in my time who set up businesses, they all had cars and all that. 2 years, they were all gone. They collected a loan from some people, finance houses. In 2 years, they all disappeared. And a lot of them ended in prison and police station. And we've seen so many people start and stop. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. I've been here long enough to tell you, start simple. Be clear in your vision and understand your environment. Nigeria look at recently, the government just changes policies as they like. Because we don't have people who are business people in government. They don't think like a business person will think. So tomorrow they just come and say, okay, we are banned importation of rice. Okay, tomorrow go and set up a rice factory. In 2 weeks' time, your factory is not producing enough rice for Nigerians, so we have removed the importation. So if you find work, you better be collecting your salary. Ask that woman that said, 5 years to wait for mango to grow. It's not easy. So people came to me, and one young man came to me to do a presentation recently. And this guy was so neatly dressed. When he started talking to me, he said, that he had, and you will still be waiting in the farm for 4 to 5 years. What will be happening to my money then? He said, nothing, zero interest. Come on, get out. If I want to grow up, I'm carrying myself. I'll do his investment for my grandchildren. You, this yuppie-looking young guy, with your nice canvas, I can't give you money. You're not a farmer. I can't give you that kind of money. Is your father a farmer or your uncle? You're not a farmer now. Why should I give you money? So that's what happens. You get a lot of people come and clap. Appreciate enterprise. Appreciate enterprise. It's different. We're not talking theory here. We're talking as it is. So finally. I'm sorry, Kwadwo, we have to talk to these people. The role of government in making ideas happen. The leadership mindset is key to delivering value to the people. We all know that infrastructure development is a key factor to enhancing prosperity. You come back again. That's what they do. Here, you don't get any grant. The money that your mother brought out of her bed to give you with prayers, this is my whole life savings. So make sure you can double it. I know someone whose parents lost their whole house because of his idea. They became tenants in old age. I'm not joking. So there's no child that can come to me now with any idea. I will never sell my house for you. I hope you are listening, my children. So primarily, all my investments and businesses have been people-centric. I usually make sure that I invest in things that will impact and affect a lot more people. And based on my tough experiences growing up, I'm talking 35 plus years as an entrepreneur, because I never actually could work 9 to 5. It was very difficult for me to wake up in the morning. Even on youth corps camp, the first military guy that walked into the room and said, everybody get up, I said, God, stop there. How much is your salary? Don't touch me. Look at me. From today, don't move near my bed. I'm sleeping. I don't know how to wake up at 5 a.m. So the only time I ever got a bank loan was when banks actually come knocking on your door after receiving information from top corporates. Who's the banker here? Mabino. That you have juicy LPOs. They practically come and beg you to run the transaction through them. So they go to the MTNs, the Equinets, the Cadburys, and they get the list of the top LPOs. I get LPOs with knowledge, so I do a knowledge exchange. I go there, offer a solution, and I get the results. And it's okay. Supply us this, do this, and then that's what happens to us. We're zero top corporates. They have a way they classify the bigger corporates. They will always give you money for those LPOs. So money is available. They won't give you money out because they don't want you to throw people's money away. So go and prove yourself first before you come and get a loan. My biggest vision, my success, for me, success is not money because I will always get money. I don't need to have I was going to throw a question forward. Would you rather get a 1 billion naira contract? Listen carefully. Or a system that gives you 1 million naira a day every evening? Why don't you want contract? Contract. Who said contract? Raise up your hand if you want a contract. Before you get the paper for that contract, you go waka. How many times people go to Abuja for one paper? And how much would they have collected from you before you collect the paper? Before they give you deposit. So if you have a system that works and gives you 1 million naira a day, 100,000 a day, 10,000 a day, you are a rich man. You are a rich man. I'm not my formula, but that's how life is. Life is easy. There's no stress. Everything you want, I can. I don't even know why Pastor Chukwu invited me here today. Is it because you have been seeing me or this guy, I've seen him on preaching. He said, this man, where do you live? I said, don't worry. When I look at the sun outside, I think it's dark. I don't go to the airport. I'm traveling. I'm going. I've tried. I've worked. I've worked for it. No. And it doesn't have to be any. I don't even have a bank balance of 1 billion naira. But I have multiple streams of income. That's a different formula I'm giving you today, a formula that nobody has heard before. But that's how to run it. Multiple streams of income. So, my interest in government started a couple of years ago when I said that we can't keep doing this. We need to give structure. Let's talk to these people and see what's going on. So, I think 20 years ago, there was this project that the federal government did during Obasanjo's regime. It was called You Win. Who heard about You Win? Anybody hear that heard about You Win? Right. So, You Win, Ngozi Okonjo decided that she would use You Win, she would give You Win to a stable organization that will help them do all the checking. So they now gave it to Lagos Business School, EDC, and employed us as consultants to work with them. So there were only about 10 of us. So we had the code to mark all the pitches and everything. So we had like 2,000, 3,000 pitches at that time, and they gave me like 500. This was work without money, but it was passion. So, but today, if you know how many successful entrepreneurs have grown from You Win, you'll be amazed. That was a federal government project that was extremely successful because they took it away from the hands of politics and gave it to private sector to deliver. And private sector delivered it properly. I don't know if in this room there's anybody who was part of that and who got a loan, but there's a lot of people that benefited from that. The other program that was done was SureP. Again, I was called to come and teach them what to do at one point. So we did, SureP was a project that was done during the Jonathan regime. They actually did go around all the local governments in Nigeria, they empowered, they upskilled, and they invested in different businesses. And that's how to grow a nation. Because really, a nation that does not make ideas happen cannot prosper. Am I correct? If ideas don't happen, the nation cannot prosper. We cannot be a monoproduct company. And the biggest resource we have in Nigeria is human resources. We have 220 odd people who have capacity and capability to deliver. But where are the structures to help them? There's no day that passes that I don't get a call for me 50,000 every day. Why? Because people just don't, some people don't even have what to do. So my company played a major role in implementing the SureP program, which went a long way in impacting the nooks and crannies of this nation. And, basically they were reskilling, upskilling youth in all local governments, setting up sustainable businesses by creating hubs, infrastructure to support their growth. But guess what? Another government comes, they kill it. Today, I'm a trustee of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and I'm of the Lagos State Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment that helps entrepreneurs, startups, micro traders to get financially educated, to skill up and to get single-digit funding. We borrow money at 9% till today. The money is available and people are not coming. I'm wondering, is it that they don't know or Nigerians they don't have work? They don't want to bring their ideas forward. So go on to lsctf.ng apply, I'm sure we'll have some testimonies. lsetf.ng. The deal with the trust fund is that they have a lot of top quality private sector individuals who form the board of trustees and work. They don't work with the government. There's a quasi-PPP structure that ensures governance and ensures that all the monies are done and loans are given out the right way. So my charge to federal government, the only route to making people happy is to independently set up a national structure that will reach the nooks and crannies of this nation. Using a PPP structure that will be independent of political will to enhance delivery and sustainability. Wealth creation, national structures such as this will impact the people and lead to prosperity of the nation. We have resources. The human resources can make things happen. An entrepreneurial nation that makes its citizens' ideas happen is a prosperous nation. So going forward, before I round up, I'll just mention a project that we're starting again. Don't tell me that I have too many projects, so I don't work anymore. Other people do the work. We set up the structure, we scale it, and we give it to other people to do, and the income keeps coming in. So I can travel. Next time I see you, I'll make sure you don't see me, Pastor. We are trying to empower 1 million entrepreneurs because the fourth industrial revolution is here, and it is time for Africa to own it. We have 75% young people growing up in Africa, and we need to make them impactful to the world. How do we do that? We need to upskill you to international level and to ensure that you can deliver. But one of the simplest methods is, I'm sure everybody has tried to get a skill. You've tried to get onto Fiverr, Upworks. What are all these other things? I hear there are problems. Once your IP shows up, you get knocked down. Is that correct? And somehow, even payments, they say if you don't have PayPal, you can't pay. What's wrong with our pay and what are they called? What's the other one? Yeah, Money Point. And yes, what's wrong with them? We need to use our own platforms to run. They must allow us to do that. But if they don't, you know what? Like I say, if you don't want us to work on your structure, we will set up our own. We're enough. And I'll give you a simple formula which I've been thinking about, which we have also started. We're not thinking again, it's gone to implementation. So when you think, you execute, don't wait, just start executing. And we're building a platform that will enable young people deliver services to everybody internationally. This is the world of AI. And once you get certification in AI prompts, and you also have all the basic skills, virtual assistants are needed all over the world. We call them business support specialists. Everybody needs a PA. In America, there's funding for small businesses who are starting up to employ somebody who will help them build their little structures. We've tapped onto that. I was speaking at one of the talks at the Global Entrepreneurship Conference a couple of months ago, and when we muted this idea, we had 200 people register immediately. That yes, they won't mind getting people from Africa to help them to back up their businesses. So we're talking business support specialists. But I went further to say, okay, why are we even doing that? How many Nigerians live abroad? I'm sure there are more than 1 million. And I'm sure they need services in Nigeria. They want someone to go and see their mother, to go and see their father, to go and check the car they parked in the house, to go to their land that they bought in Iguero that the chief, the Baile has collected. And, so they need all that. So we can't sit here idle and not get connected to the world. So my job is to ensure that I establish the handshakes, and may God help us. Thank you, Pastor Poju. Thank you for this opportunity to impact my world. God bless you all. Thank you.
Keep clapping. Right, please, just a reminder that we have stalls outside. We have over 100 service. Please take a seat. Thank you. Just to remind us that the second stage of this platform will be taking place outside. We have over 100 service-oriented organizations that are outside and ready to engage with you. You know, this is the platform. We network, and then we also see how we can collaborate. Okay, so now let me introduce you to a man who doesn't just speak about businesses. He redefines how leaders think about growth, scale, and execution. Across continents and across boardrooms, across industries, he has consistently challenged one thing: can your idea survive reality? Vusi Tembekwayo is a globally acclaimed entrepreneur, venture capitalist, author, and one of Africa's most influential business thinkers. Widely known for transforming how leaders approach growth and execution, he's the founder and CEO of My Growth Fund Venture Partners, where he supports high-growth African businesses with capital, strategy, and scale frameworks. He's also the founder of the School of Scale, equipping entrepreneurs with the discipline required to build sustainable enterprises beyond ideas. Vusi has advised governments, multinational corporations, and founders across continents, consistently challenging them to move beyond inspiration into structure, systems, and measurable results. He represents execution at its highest level, where ideas are tested, stretched, and proven through scale. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for clarity, structure, and truth. Please put your hands together and give a warm platform welcome to Vusi Tembekwayo.
Come. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You're too kind. Whew, what a day. Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, Charlie. We are here. Biko Abego. We are here. Oh. Hello, family. All right, let's get started. I'd like everybody to take a seat, if you don't mind. I have 5 ideas that I flew 11 hours and prepared 50 slides to come and share with you. And I have to do all of that in exactly the next 30 minutes. So with your permission, I know I'm good, you know I'm good, we all know we're good. We're going to get right to the meat of what we're sharing today. Is that fair? Excellent. I need my clicker, Emmanuel, to get my slides to move. There's no clicker here. There's microphones, which I'm happy to speak into. But it'd be great for me to get the clickers. So before we get started, can I just say, this morning my experience in traffic was much better. Much better than last time. I'm not sure if it's something the government has done or if it's because they removed the fuel levy. But whatever it is, it's Workers' Day, indeed. Secondly, can we acknowledge my brother, Pastor Portia, for putting this together? Come on. Yeah. He's a gentleman and a scholar. He really is. I love the stuff that his media team has been doing, by the way, online. It looks absolutely great. And I know he's not here, so I know you're going to tell him for us. Let's give him another round of applause. Excellent. The third thing I wanted to say before we get started, and please, chaps at the back, you're not allowed to run my time yet, because I'm still waiting for my clicker. So as soon as my clicker comes, then you can time me down. I'm already timing myself. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we give her a round of applause? Great work. The third thing I wanted to say is this. You should have the privilege of being offended in life. Offense is good. Because offense means one of two things. One, that you care enough about whatever is being said, or two, that what you have believed has been so wrong that you're being challenged. So I gave myself one very simple mandate coming here for my third platform: to offend you. That's all I came here to do. And I hope that in our time together, you're going to be offended. Chaps, if you can put up my slides, please, that'll be great. Let's get started. So I hope that in our time together, I'm going to share with you some ideas, share with you some principles, share with you some thinking that should offend you. You should have the privilege of being offended. Offense is fantastic. So on screen, typically what they do, my team forces me to do this, like, introduce yourself. I'm like, people know who I am. I know who I am. But I have, by God's grace, the privilege of being the founder, no longer the CEO, but I'm the founder and chairman of our School of Scale. This is our accelerator program that we first started when we were actually forming our venture capital firm circa 2016. We celebrate 10 years this year in our VC firm, My Growth Fund. Thank you. To God be the glory, truly. But we started first as My Growth Fund Accelerate because we were helping entrepreneurs that we had invested in. Because here was the problem I realized, Pastor Porter. The problem was this. We were taking this money and investing it in these businesses. And for our first fund, we couldn't get institutional backing. And so I was lucky that I'd exited a business. So I took my own money and I thought, well, if they won't give me the money, I'll put my own money down and I will prove the thesis. And here's what I found. I found that there was a correlation, not necessarily a causation, but there was a correlation between entrepreneurs, their race, background, and their propensity for success. That if they were young, black, female, and from a poor background or from a village, they were most likely to fail. And then I realized that all of the white male entrepreneurs that we were helping, investing in, who were scaling businesses, weren't celestial beings. Nowhere in the Bible did it say that on the 8th day God invented them. They were just like you and me. So the question I wanted to understand was this: what is it they knew that we didn't that allowed them to succeed? First, I was offended, then I spurred into action. And over the past 10 years, we have refined our work, refined our thesis. We have tested it so well that today the School of Scale is in South Africa, we're in Ghana, we're in Kenya, we're in Zambia. We just opened an office in Jamaica because we've signed a massive deal in the Caribbean islands, and our head offices is in Delaware. So I can speak about the work we do with some semblance of certainty. We know what works. I'm going to share with you a little bit of that today. I also have this podcast called Ideas That Matter. Here we are, there we are. Last year we won Apple's, we're on the top 4 globally under the Apple category for business podcasts. The only African podcast to feature in that series. And here's why that's important for me, and I'll make the point very quickly. If you look at the world and you look at popular culture, you realize that Africans are overrepresented. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about what I mean in a moment. But just look at our conventional history. You look at music, Africans. You look at theater, Africans. You look at Hollywood, Bollywood, Nollywood, Africans. You find us everywhere. The only place you find the Africa story absent is business. You look at our politics, Africans. Liberation movements, Africans. But the minute you talk business, commerce, P&L, balance sheets, suddenly the African voices are few and far between. And here is the problem. Every single one of our ambitions is not possible unless we control resources. And secondly, we come from the world's most resource-rich part of the world. How can we have the resources but be poor? Something is broken here, comrades. Anyway, I also chair Watermark Africa Fund. That's our private equity firm, now year 6, based out of the DIFC in Dubai. And most recently, I've been raising a fund called 154. I'm very proud of the name, by the way. 154, one continent, 54 countries. It's a Pan-African fund that targets family businesses, and effectively what we're doing with our thesis is we're looking for family businesses that are in generational transition. There is something fascinating happening in the world at the moment, and it's even more acute here in Africa. Generational business owners, family businesses, the person who founded that business is no longer old enough to run the business, but typically what's happening is their children don't want to run their business. They've all become chartered accountants and lawyers. They've gone on to work in other parts of the world, and yet they've built these businesses that are the bedrock of many of their economies. And so we're We're just about to hit first close in that business, and I'm very, very excited. And then apart from that, I write some books. Nothing major to mention there. Sold over 1 million copies. God is good. God is good. All right, let's get started. Just to make sure that we're all on the same page and to prove to you that I'm not an AI, and knowing how long you've all been sat down, I'm going to play a little game with you. I'm going to give you some emojis. The emojis are going to be a brand, and if you know the brand, just shout it out. Here is the first one. What brand is this? Emmanuel, can I get my coffee? What brand is this? No, it's not for September. Think about what this symbolizes. Netflix. Come on, use your third brain. Here's this. What about this one? What brand is this? Thanks, Manny. BlackBerry. It's trailing. Oh, I see. You guys are trailing. I see. Are we all on the same page, guys? This screen and that screen are showing different things, eh? Red Bull. All right. Now here's what it is that I want to speak to you about today. If you have a pen and paper, I want you to write down these 2 words. These are the 2 words that I'm going to speak to you about today. Put it back on screen, guys. Don't take it off, please. Very important. I need it back on screen consistently. I see. You're having a problem with the run? We go back. There we go. These are the 2 words, guys. Founder's mindset. Founder's mindset. This is what I came to talk to you about today. My thesis, which I hope offends you, is that not every single business owner is a founder. Not every single entrepreneur is a founder. Not every single leader is a founder. There are a set of things that make founders different. The most important of these things is that founders know that there will come a time when the thing they have founded has outgrown them. In fact, they build it intentionally so that the thing they have founded outgrows them. And so my challenge for us here today is going to be sharing with you what is in the mindset of what it takes to be founders and how founders build and scale their businesses. Manny, can I get like a tissue or something to wipe while I'm up here? That'll be great. Thank you so much. The greatest poet of the 20th century, a man whose contribution to poetry outpaces William Shakespeare and T.S. Eliot, a man whose contribution to poetry outpaces many of our best poets, including Rumi, by the way, is the man who, in my opinion, is the greatest poet of the 20th century. His name is Jay-Z. That was a joke. But Jay-Z says, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. I'm a numbers guy. I live in the world of numbers. I spent most of last night running a Monte Carlo simulation on our recent capital raise. So I'm going to share with you some numbers here today. Now, for any of you who ever find yourself raising capital, I'm going to give you a little tip here. Don't forget, there's one of 2 things you need to do when you show numbers. First, if it's on a graph, it must be true. So always present your data on a graph. Secondly, if it's a statistic, always share it within 2 decimal places, because 69.98% just sounds a lot more certain than 70%. I'm giving you tips here. Write this down, right? They're not paying attention, you know. Right. Some work done by PitchBook, and they're a publication that talks about the world of capital markets, venture capital, small businesses. They did some work to look at the number of deals that have been done where companies that were founder-led were bought. This is the actual graph of what that looks like. It starts in the year I was born, the year of our Lord, 1985, and goes up until May 1924. I'm going to break it down for you. Don't worry about it. Just let me help you understand it quite quickly. This is the number of actual mergers and acquisition transactions done every single year for all of these years. Said differently, there is more money looking to back founders' businesses than there are founders building businesses. So if you're not attracting the capital isn't the problem. You are. And a lot of what that you are has something to do sometimes with the business you're starting, often with the timing you're raising money, but more important than not, with the geography of where you're actually based. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. So again, I'm a numbers guy. I broke these numbers up into the trend lines, and I looked first at the first quartile period, and then I looked finally at the last quartile period. And what do you notice? Between 1985 and circa 2000, by the year 2000, there were 40,000 deals. 40,000 deals where money was buying businesses led by founders. There was only 12 months in a year. So that's about 3,800 businesses being bought every month. There's only 4 weeks in a month. That's about 1,000 businesses a week. There's only 5 working days a week. That's 200 businesses every single day, somebody transacting and buying a business that somebody has built. And by the way, none of these people are angels. They are just human beings. They're just like you and me, and they just figured out a way. And that number had grown. By the time we got to the year 2020, it was around 60,000. These numbers are, and it's going to increase. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, so I'll share it with you very, very quickly. There is a statistic that says over the past 5 years, the United States has printed, listen to this, the United States over the past 5 years has printed 50% of US dollar currency that it has printed since the existence of the United States. The comrades are not following me. The United States was founded, you could argue the time, but it was founded circa 1776 at the Gettysburg Address. Abraham Lincoln, 70 years ago, our forefathers set foot on this continent and brought forth a new nation. That was 1776. And between 1776 and 5 years ago, all of the money that they printed, for all of the problems that they printed, all of the USD that ever went into the global economic system, not only physical money, but digital money that goes into your computers as well, until 5 years ago, they have now printed half of that over the last 5 years. There is more money today than there are good ideas and good founders, and I am absolutely certain of it. The question is, how do we unlock it? And that's what it is that I came here to share. Well, first we need to start with where we are. Let's look at your own economy here. What are you guys? $340 billion economy, give or take. It depends on what's happening with the Naira. I can't laugh, but I laugh. So think about 4 key markets that you could build in, right? So first yours, second your neighbor, who, by the way, I was there a week ago. They said I should tell you that they have better jollof than you do. Not my words, Charlie. But they're a $115, $120 billion economy, give or take. And then, of course, Kenya, where I was transiting through 3 days ago. We have a business in Kenya. They're a $140 billion economy. And then, of course, the greatest country in the continent of Africa, my home, South Africa. Now, the largest economy in Africa. I need to tell you, we are once again the giants of Africa. I just want to remind you that there are 2 countries in Africa. It's South Africa and everybody else. Don't worry, that's the rich man's laugh. When you're rich, you laugh like that. That's See, when you're poor, you laugh like you're fighting. No, I don't. I'm not fighting anybody. These markets alone present a $1 trillion economic opportunity. So, more money being printed in the world than has ever been the case, more money making rounds than has ever been the case, and that money must be invested somewhere. It's looking for founders to build businesses. Then we are in an environment that presents, at the very least, a $1 trillion economic opportunity. But what you must understand is that legacies are not hoped for, they're built. So the question is, how do you build a legacy? The first thing you must do is you must understand your context. The context in which you're operating, ladies and gentlemen, is everything. Context in which you're operating. I'm going to quickly share with you the context of Africa. First, sub-Saharan Africa, which we are in, presents the largest economic growth opportunity of any other region in the world. Of any other region in the world. And that, by the way, includes the United States. It includes advanced economies. We present a 4.6% economic growth opportunity on aggregate, just in this region of ours that we call sub-Saharan Africa. Second, We are the world's engine for growth. Why? Because we have the world's youngest population. We have the world's youngest population. For what it's worth, Europe is old and getting older. Why do you think they are so keen to take young Africans who are qualified? You think they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart? These visas they make available for us, suddenly when we qualify as engineers and software engineers and doctors and lawyers, they're doing it because that's what drives economic growth. They need us there. I can assure you, need us far more than we need them. Europe is old and getting older. The Americas are kind of stagnant. Asia is slightly younger. Set aside Japan, which has a number of structural problems. But if you look at the Africa story, just look at those numbers, guys. Over 50% of the population of Africa is under the age of 50. In your country, Nigeria, over 50% of the population here is under the age of 18. Do you know what that means? That means there are over 100 million people who are not yet economically active. So if I was building a business, where would I build it? In Luxembourg or Liechtenstein, where the population is less than 10 million? Or would I build it in a place where the population of people who are not yet economically active is over 100 million alone? The problem with us is we don't know how to execute on this opportunity. The data's there. How do you execute on it? Second point I want to make. Standards of living are improving. Most of us here, I imagine, didn't grow up in urban areas, but you live in one now. Because we're all urbanizing. We're all moving to the urban centers. Our standards of living are improving. Our connectivity is improving. Suddenly we have the internet. We can download things, and internet speeds are getting faster. I see you guys let that South African guy called Elon Musk come and launch Starlink here. You should have listened to South Africa. Because I want to believe that he's done something like triple the prices over the past few months that he's been here. Good luck. Good luck. You're going, hey, you don't know what you've done to yourselves. Us as South Africans, we shall watch you suffer well. Third, where will this engine for growth come from? So I'm going to give you two comparative analyses. The first I'm going to do is show you the world's largest companies 10 years ago and circa now. And then I'm going to ask you, what does this look like in Africa? These are the world's largest companies in 2011. And what do you notice? Of the top 10 largest companies in 2011, only three are technology firms. The other 7 are not technology firms. Now fast forward 10 years. And suddenly 10 years later, only 2 are not technology firms. This was 2021. This is pre the IPO of SpaceX, which is about to take place. It'll be the largest IPO in the history of IPOs. Until recently, that record has been held by Saudi Aramco. A lot of people don't know what the Aramco in Saudi Aramco stands for. It's the Arab American company, because it was the Americans that helped the Saudi Arabians actually create much of what is today their oil industry. Their relationship goes back many, many decades. This is the world. Fast moving and moving into the technology space. Now look at us. Come to Africa. These are Africa's largest companies. Of course, dominated by South Africa. Of course, dominated by South Africa. Just sharing with you that you guys don't feature there. No, I joke. But what do you notice? About 3 of those are technology businesses. Much of them are actually agricultural and mining businesses, because the truth is, Africa is still an economy of holes. That's what Africans are really good at. We're very good at holes. We're good at digging them and pulling things out of them, mining, or digging them and planting things into them, agriculture. It isn't to say we shouldn't use the technology advantage, but it is to say we need to play for the game we have been gifted. So I came to ask a question: who here is going to build the business for the future? So that was the first point I want to make. Second point I want to make. Capital follows scale. Capital follows scale. Tosin was talking earlier about his journey at Money Point. And what did you notice when he first opened his presentation? He shared with you guys the macro data of how big their business is. He wasn't sharing that with you to impress you. He was sharing it with you to let you know capital follows scale. He's been able to attract the capital he's been able to attract because he's been able to build a business that's scaled as fast as his business has scaled. I should say it's something that I'm constantly moaning about to my own peers in South Africa about. The rate at which yourselves here have been able to scale technology businesses is just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. But capital follows scale. And if capital does follow scale, then what are the 4 things you need to scale? This is what the data tells us. The first reason most entrepreneurs in Africa don't scale is because they don't know how to synthesize their operations. Tosin was talking about it. He spoke about standard operating processes and procedures. He spoke about running a rules-based environment rather than a people-based environment. In our environment, we call it synthesizing the operations so that even if you are not at work, work continues. The second is most African entrepreneurs don't know how to implement growth drivers. Every single business has 3 things that if you did, the business grows. Everything else is traffic. And so what most African entrepreneurs do is you're managing noise. The role of a leader is to remove the noise and focus on the signal. So let me ask you here today, those of you running a business, what are the 3 things that if you did today, your turnover would double? Do those things. Everything else is noise. And if you don't know what those 3 things are, your homework when you leave here is go and find out what are the 3 things I should be doing. Third, build based on insights. This is probably the one I feel most passionately about. When you first start a business, you succeed because of instinct. But to scale a business, you'll succeed because of insight. You start a business because you feel it in your stomach. You can get a sense that something's going to move. Someone says to you, this is what we need. And so you start trying something, testing something, going to market with something, and you go, wow, this actually works. That's instinct. But what you've got to figure out are what are the tools and technologies I need to put in place to move from instinct to insight. Instinct is what I feel, insight is what I know. And so too many of us are still 10 years or 5 years into a business and you're still running it by how I feel. And then the last. When you're managing people, if you do not have the ability to align incentives, you will fail. Your people must have incentives that are directly aligned with the business objectives you want to drive. Tosin's called it structure. It's exactly the same idea. I'll prove it to you. This deck that I'm sharing with you, this is my 4th keynote this week. Next week, I've got 6 keynotes in 3 continents, in 6 different countries. No, don't clap. Let me make the point I want to make. I didn't see this keynote until last night. I didn't see it. I didn't need to see it. I have a team of people around me whose incentives are aligned with mine. In fact, my brother, when I was supposed to be on the meeting with you on the call, the briefing meeting, because this is how my process works. When a client invites me to come and speak, we jump on a call, we get a briefing. The first time, I think you were busy and had something going. The second time, I was flying somewhere, so I couldn't jump on the call with Pastor Podru. But I had 4 people in my team who jumped on my call. My head of operations, my head of protocol, my head of marketing, and my executive assistant. All of them jumped on the call. They listened, the call was recorded, it went to an AI system that we run that told us of all of the ideas and things I speak about. What are the 3 simple ideas I could speak about to synthesize it? Then it went to my design team, which is headed by a young lady who sits in South Africa, but is aided by other people who sit in India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. They designed the whole presentation, sent it. My quality control went through the whole process, headed by my marketing team. 2 nights ago, she sent it to me. Last night when I landed, I checked it. Synthesized operations. Now, everything I'm sharing with you is not rocket science. It's just put the system in place. So that regardless of where you're expected to deliver, the outcomes are as near as makes no difference the same. But you have to align incentives. So what does aligning incentives look like? Well, I'll share it with you. When I leave here, the good people here at Covenant Nation will get an email from my team. That email has a link. It'll direct them to a scoring sheet where they get to score me and how I've performed. And in that scoring sheet, they score my performance. Be nice. They'll score my keynote, but they will also score my presentation, my ideas, and the design. So when we come together at the end of a quarter and we're dispersing quarterly bonuses, it's not just based on who performed well based on their own feelings, but actually based on what clients have said. That way, my team has to do the right job because they get paid to do the right job. Simply aligning incentives. So you're running a business, a retail business, and while you're here, you've got somebody in your shops helping customers. How do you know that they're helping customers? We have a young man in our business who runs a business called Mon Bieu Afrique. He's a young Zimbabwean man, a young man from Zimbabwe who grew up in Zim, then moved to South Africa, started this business called Mon Bieu Afrique. And they sell apparel, but they also sell oud. They sell those very deep, rich kind of perfumes that come from the Arabias. 2 years ago, I said to him, the market here is too small, you need to move. He moved. He now has a store in Beverly Hills in Los Angeles. But I know anytime I walk past any of Chase's store, I know that if any of his salespeople see me, the first thing they're going to say is, sir, I have a smell from Cape Town. Would you like to smell it? That's a sales script he's developed for the people in his team. Then when you walk into a store, they have a rule. No customer is allowed to take 4 steps into the store without somebody having a point of contact with them. Have you been assisted? Have you been helped? What would you like? Is there something I can assist you with? Come and sample this. No holds. That is a rule that is developed. Why? Because he's worked out a system to align incentives. So he's got a shop in South Africa. He's got several in South Africa. He's in the US. He's in the Middle East. But he's only one man. How did he do it? Aligning incentives. Aligning incentives. Don't worry, I'll share with you exactly how to do this in a minute. Let's all take a deep breath. This is a lot. I know. I came with fire. Holy Ghost fire. I told you there is levels to this thing. Entrepreneurship is not just entrepreneurship. I'm going to go through this quickly, but I want you to make a note of it. The first level of being an entrepreneur is where you are something we call a professional. You have a specialized skill, you do the work, you execute the work. Here, you are the lawyer, you're the accountant, you're the engineer, you are the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. If you're not there doing the job doesn't take place. Despise not the day of small beginnings. All of us start here. Every single one of us. I can assure you that all of the entrepreneurs you've heard from today started at this point. The problem is, the issue is they knew not to stop here. The second level is where you become. If you can't take 90 days away from your business and your business still runs, you are not an entrepreneur. You are self-employed. True story. I said that at a conference in the US, and this lady at the back said, bullshit! And she threw something at me. I'm not joking. Because it's an offensive idea. It's an offensive idea. How many of us here have been running a business for 5 years, but you can take 3 months and your business runs? It's an offensive idea. It really just is. And by the way, some businesses you can't do that with. And that's okay too. What is a self-employed person? A self-employed person has 2 or 3 trusted people around them to whom they give parts of the work that are non-value adding. So if you've ever been to a dentist practice or you've been to a lawyer's practice, there is somebody at reception, there is somebody handling accounting. The doctor or the dentist doesn't handle the reception, they don't handle the accounting, but they will assist you, right? Yes, that doctor or dentist is no longer just a professional, they are now self-employed. Yet, there are some doctors or dentists who run dental practices, and there is a doctor and a dentist who runs a dental practice. It's pretty clear this is not a skills issue. This is a structure issue. So the second level is where you become self-employed. The third level is where you become a business owner. There are a few things that differentiate this, and I'm really skipping through it. We do a 2-hour masterclass on just this material. But there are 3 things that differentiate this. The most important thing about business owners is this. They spend time writing down the rules and the code for their business. Not implementing it, writing it down. So the question for us in this room is, how many of us here have spent time writing down the rules and the code for your business? Emmanuel, who's been helping me. Emmanuel, stand up, let them see you. Lovely young lad, sir. He's really great. Emmanuel, who's been helping me with my protocol when I arrived. Emmanuel, I called you last night when I got off the plane and I said to you, they're taking me through the bus, right? Had we spoken before that? So where did I get Emmanuel's number from? We have a system internally in the firm. that when we briefed the client would have sent us some information. Emmanuel's number was on that system. My head of protocol got his number. And my head of protocol is off preparing for me to be where I'm going when I leave here. So he said, this is the young man you're going to deal with. I said, I can go to Nigeria. I know Pastor Poju is my brother. We're good. So I land, and Emmanuel and I started speaking immediately. I come off, this is a true story, I come off the bus, as I go into the airport, Emmanuel had another young man who came to meet me. I forget his name now. I think his name was Moses or something like this. Another young man who came to meet me says, sir, I'm so-and-so from Covenant Nation. I'm going to take you through the whole process. Which means someone here at Covenant Nation knows that when you're receiving VIP guests, you want them to go through the airport experience at Mutala. Love the airport, but we need to talk about that experience. But somebody here knows well enough to make sure that your clients go through that experience seamlessly. It doesn't happen by osmosis. Somebody wrote it down. Do you get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. Thank you, Emmanuel. You can sit. A level above that is where you become an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur doesn't just write the rules, they implement the rules and they scale the rules. Follow me here because what I'm about to say next really matters. When you start implementing the rules, a few things go wrong. This is the difference between real life and your Excel spreadsheet. The Excel spreadsheet said, by month 6, you should be turning a profit. Do you know why it said that? Because you put in a set of assumptions that allowed you to think you can dictate reality on Excel. But you can't. So when you start implementing your rules, the real world is going to slap you back. You implement rules about etiquette and how your people are supposed to receive clients, and then suddenly you realize you have employed people who don't have a culture of hospitality. Which means you either fire them or train them. That's reality slapping you back. You implement rules about how customers are supposed to pay you 15 days before you do the work, and then suddenly you realize your biggest customer wants to pay you 30 days after the work is done. That's reality slapping you back. So what happens when you start scaling these rules is entrepreneurs fall into this thing, it's 2 words, write it down. Implementation fatigue. It's when you do and you test and you try and you fail. Then you do and you test and you try and you succeed. Then you go, whew, oh, that worked. And the minute you think it's worked, the next time you try it, it fails again. Have you ever had somebody in your business do something they know not to do even though you've told them not to do it? That's implementation fatigue. Here's what happens. And anybody in this room who's been in a relationship with the same person for longer than 10 years knows what I'm about to say is true. The same person is important. There comes a point when you fall out of love and into life. At the beginning of your business, you're in love with it. It's a great idea. It's the first customer, second customer, third customer. And as they're experiencing it, you're loving it. Then comes a time when you're just tired. You're tired of waking up early. You're tired of not making payroll. You're tired of missed installments. You're tired and you're tired and you're tired. That's when you're no longer in love. You're now in life. And that is the valley where scale goes to die. Because at that point, you have one of 2 options. And I myself have been at that point several times, so I know what I'm about to say is true. The first option is stop and go back. I'm going to stop and go back to the small business I used to run when I used to deal with the customers and I delivered the work to the customers and I loved my business. 90% of people stop and go back. But there is a special 10% who push through, who understand that the way to break that isn't to get smaller, is to get so big that that doesn't matter. I can assure you that of every single one of the entrepreneurs who've spoken to you here today, all of us are dealing with some or other problem. That's business. Business equals problem. I have a rule with my team. I don't mind dealing with a problem. I do mind dealing with the same problem twice. I deal with a problem the first time. We write down rules about how we fix this problem. Then I hire somebody to fix the problem because my time is too expensive to fix problems. Nobody pays me to fix problems. They pay me to find opportunities and to monetize them. That's why I hired you. You are the problem fixer. I am the problem identifier. It's very nice for me. I find it, you fix it. That's business. There's an old expression, the poop flows downhill. That's where it comes from. That's why the best place to learn about business is to learn business from somebody who's built a business. Because they will give you all of the problems they don't want to deal with. And by the time you start running a business, you know exactly how to deal with those problems. I'm cognizant of time. And then that last note is how to be a founder. How to be a founder. What do founders do different to everybody else? It's quite simple. Founders plant a vision, man. And then they build people around them who can go and make that vision true. That's what founders do. And I don't want to preach here, but that's the lesson we learned from our Lord and Savior. The man was only here for 3 years, and he built the world's fastest growing, largest company we have ever seen. And he did it just by training, think about it this way. He did it just by training 12 people. That's all he did. He gave them a simple idea and a simple message. And he spent 3 years with them, and he trained them. And for those of you here who are believers, you also know that each time before he would spend time training his people, he would go and fix himself first. And so the question for those of you entrepreneurs in the room is, when is your quiet time? Get off the phone, get off the social media, turn it off. Go and spend some time away, shut it off, go and spend a week away. How are you going to hear what the universe has for you, what God has planned for you when you're still streaming in and you're on the latest thing on the social media feed? I have a theory. Leadership is a mirror. Your ability to lead people is a consequence of your ability to lead yourself. And until you lead you, you have no business trying to lead other people. Until you deal with your demons, you have no business trying to mentor other people. Start with you. And so my hope for every single person in this room is that you would spend time being intentional about being a founder and spend time being intentional about scaling businesses. I'm going to end with this. I come with tools, so here is a tool for you guys. We built a DNA tool. I built it actually for the team here that you can take as an entrepreneur. And what this tool does is it allows you to understand your own space, your own strengths, but also your own areas of development. The reason the tool is important is so that when you leave here from this conference, you have a diagnostic report that tells you what are you good at and what are you not good at. This tool focuses on 6 key areas of entrepreneurial development. That if you can learn which of these 6 key areas you are strong at and which of these 6 key areas you are weak at, it'll also give you a diagnostic of things you need to go and do so that you can improve yourself. So, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with all of you. I want to thank you so much for the invitation to come and spend some time with you. And I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to share the stage with some of the incredible speakers that I saw before I got up here. I was excited for the invitation. Then I saw who was speaking. I was like, yeah, I've made it. Mama, I've made it. Can I share one last thing before I go? Can I? I was thinking long and hard about if I should address this before I go. But I think as a leader in society, it's important that I take this platform, literally, this platform to address these issues. You guys are aware of the issues that are taking place in South Africa at the moment, I'm sure. You're also aware of the tone, the language, and the texture of these issues. I want to make 3 absolute statements. The first is this. Contrary to what you're seeing on the media, South Africans are not xenophobic. Contrary to what you're seeing in the media. Now, that statement sounds a blasty statement, especially because of some of the things you would have seen online. I'm not saying that there are no xenophobic people in South Africa. That's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying the entire nation is xenophobic would be missing the point. There are 65 million people in South Africa. We have 11 official languages. We're one of the most diverse societies in the world, and even though that is the case, we get along with most people. If you go and look at the largest companies in South Africa and the CEOs or boards of those companies, you will find that the CEOs or boards or C-suite executives are many people from the rest of Africa. So I think I felt that it was important for me to say that. The second point I want to make is this. I think that there is an agenda to turn us against each other. And I think we feed that agenda when we feed the noise and the fire. And so what I'd like to think we can do is to reach across the divide, have actual conversations, understand what's happening, as they say in Kenya, kwa ground, on the ground, so we can find each other. And then the third point I want to make is this. I was in Ghana last week. I went to the Kwame Nkrumah Museum. While I was in the Kwame Nkrumah Museum, I learned that Kwame Nkrumah, the man who was arguably the liberator of Africa, the first liberated nation in the continent of Africa was Ghana, 1957. And the man who liberated that nation was removed from power through a coup by his own people. Then I started reading about the history of your own nations, and I learned that you've had several of your own coups. And then I looked at what happened in the Congo, and I realized that Patrice Lumumba was removed by his own people. And I say all of that just to make this simple point. We as a people have to do better, man. Us as a people dragging each other as a people, fighting each other as a people, swearing at each other as a people, calling each other names as a people, it has to stop at some point. And I genuinely hope that we can use the church as a platform to bring Africans together. Because we're different until we start worshiping under the same Christ. And so my hope for every single person in this room, my hope for every single one of you, is that you'd find the courage to be the light. Just as you and I were instructed to be. Go out to the world and be a light to the world. Sure, speak truth, but speak the honest truth and speak it to the right people. And if we must call each other out, let's do it to each other. Let's avoid the theater of the rest of the world watching us saying, you see these people again, they can't get along. That's why I'm so passionate about the work that my brother Pastor Podru does with the platform. That's why I said to you some years ago, the platform has to be the platform Africa, and you executed on that. And I think it's important that we allow men like Pastor Podru to do the work that they do so that the rest of us can meet in spaces like this and exchange ideas, the likes of which we have done. What I'm going to do, sir, every single thing that I prepared here was just for this conference. I'm going to share the entire deck with your team. You may have it, and you may share it with everybody here, however you do through your distribution channels. Thank you so much, everybody, for the opportunity to be here. I'm truly and honestly humbled. Thank you.
Keep clapping. That was amazing. Now, thank you, everyone. Please, you can be seated. So now we are going to be transitioning to the second part of the platform, which is where we go out to the stores and engage with the vendors that are there. That's the second part of this conference. I do want to mention, however, that one of our speakers, Mr. Darani Joe, has a book called Unlocking the Genius Within. You can find this outside in one of the stores. And then for the 150 million grant by the Young Professional Bootcamp, we have people that will be outside the hall that can take your questions. You identify them with a banner. So please go there so you can get information on how you can apply and participate in this wonderful opportunity. So now I would just like everyone to please give yourselves a round of applause. You've been an amazing audience, and I know we have all learned so much from here, and we're going to keep the conversations going. As said before, the hashtag for today is the platform ideas. Please use that and tag us when you put your learning. So now if everyone could just go outside to the stalls, we are going to be changing transmission to see that area. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your day.